The following is brought to you in part by a grant from the Foundation for White Wellbeing.
Tell me I'm born with a guilty soul, but deep down I know there's a truth they stole. They stole. White well-being, can you hear me scream? In a world where the light fades to black, I'll stand my ground, won't turn my back. Going free is the dream I hold tight. In the darkness, I'll fight for the light. They try to twist the truth I find, but I'll confront, I'll challenge, I'll dispel. I won't let their lies be my living hell. White well-being, can you hear me scream? In a world where the light fades to black, I'll stand my ground, won't turn my back. Going free is the dream I hold tight. In the darkness, I'll fight for the light. May pathogens infect my mind. They try to twist the truth I find, but I'll confront, I'll challenge, I'll dispel. I won't let the lies be my living hell. They wanna break me, make me feel small, but I'll rise above. I'll tear down their wall with the archetype of Western kind in my heart. I'll reclaim the love they try to tear apart. Light well-being, can you hear me scream? In a world where the light fades to black, I'll stand my ground, won't turn my back. Going free is the dream I hold tight. In the darkness, I'll fight for the light. I'll keep on fighting through the pain and the night, for the well-being of our people, for what's right. Going free, I'll rise, I'll reclaim. In the ashes, we'll reignite the flame.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have
Oh, yes. What a day to be invigorated and fighting for white well-being. Featured stories today: gang wars erupting across the United States, Israeli war with Hezbollah, migrants eating your face off. Is that real? We'll take a look. Go Free segment of the day is going to be a white sympathetic event and my thoughts on it after being there. Your comments, calls, questions, and Twitter space. And then there's this. Imagine being held at gunpoint, bear with me, by a literate animal. And the only hope of being rescued is, bear with me, tweeting a coded message. Yes, we're going. Who got the joke? If you're still thinking about it, you'll have to rewind and think a little harder to figure that one out. Well done. I think Samuski has it. We're going free, ladies and gentlemen. It is 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, across from Mordor on the Potomac, 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow. And what time is it where you are? We want you to be fired up. We want you to be excited. We want you to participate. We want you to tag me as No White Guilt over the course of this gathering, whether you agree or disagree. And I will interact with you. And I will help you. I will educate you. I will edify you. I will pull you out of the story, this anti-white narrative that is designed and written to end in a very terrible way for you and your family and everybody you care about. So, you will contact me on the many different platforms. We are Twitter live, so the live chat on Twitter, you will reach out to me there as No White Guilt. You will reach out to me on Odyssey as No White Guilt, on DLive as No White Guilt, on Rumble as No White Guilt, on the thread on Twitter as No White Guilt, and of course on YouTube, which is this direction for me, although I don't know if that means much for you. YouTube. You will reach out. You will tag me as No White Guilt. That's the @ symbol, No White Guilt. I want to have a back and forth. I want to talk to you. Maybe you're trying to learn. Maybe you're showing up and you're like, those dastardly wokies. Maybe you're showing up doing that. Or you're showing up and you're like, they're the dudes. It's the dudes. Why aren't you talking about dudes? And I will educate you there as well. I am seeing the same illnesses in our people every time I venture out into the world. And it's like, oh, another group of people who are supposedly white sympathetic, or they are white to various degrees. It's the same illnesses. And we have the successes. And boy, do we have the successes. We can dazzle, we can bedazzle. And we have you here with us today for the next couple of hours. And it is glorious because you are going to increase your intelligence while you are here with us. This I can promise you, my friends. I am here on very little sleep, and after days of a white sympathetic retreat, and I am here and I showed up and I'm just like, all right, I got to mainline some white well-being, and throw stuff together really quickly so we can get a roll on, get a move on our Sunday, because without us, the world is going down in flames. We are the ark. It's Prometheus's ark is what it is. Prometheus's ark. What time is it where you are? It's time to get started. You can financially gift at Rumble. Please, $1 on Rumble, no more. DLive with cryptocurrency, Odyssey, Cash Dollars, and cryptocurrency, Cash App, Cash Dollars, Subscribe Star, Cash Dollars. You can financially gift without even thinking about it on a monthly basis to the white positive ADL, which is what we are building here. If you want an entity and you want somebody whose mind coruscates as mine does, if you want that, advocating for our people, able to show up with a program that undermines the psychological warfare waged against us, known as anti-whiteism. If you want that, if you want something that has proven itself to be successful, that's replicable and scalable by all of our people across planet Earth, then this is the place to do it. You can do so monthly basis at Subscribestar, at Gumroad. There are options. Repel, my friend. Splunk your way down into the description and find these opportunities. You can also head on over to nowhiteguilt.org, No White Guilt. Click on the financial gift tab. You will find some options there. And one of those options is, if you would like to donate a tax-deductible donation, the Foundation for White Wellbeing.com or .org. And when you do so, make sure that you say, I would like it to go to No White Guilt, to Jason, to No White Guilt, whatever you want. Make sure you tag me in it so the money will come this direction. 501c3. Avail yourselves. Avail yourselves. You will also find on nowhiteguilt.org under the financial gift tab cryptocurrency wallets, 5 of them, at which you can target yours truly with financial gifts, and a snail mail address. And we do have a couple of pieces of mail. I was so happy in our mailbag, and we're going to be getting to that in a moment. It's wonderful to see you all. Make sure you're participating. I want to see everybody here. Remember, tag me as No White Guilt. Let us waste no time getting into the first story we have here, which is a ridiculous one. We have a couple. Whitmer, deranged Trump, doesn't understand women. How many guys out there have heard this bullshit from women? Oh, you just don't understand. In other words, you understand perfectly, and you have caught women with their bullshit. You've caught them, whatever that might be. You've caught them red-handed with their bullshit, their lies, their excuses, their fake crocodile tears, whatever it is. And they're like, you don't understand. And no, that's not what I mean. And no, let me give you 7 more definitions and descriptions, right? And here you have, this is female leadership. And this is why you all, the ladies out there, no, get away from leadership roles. Get away. Get away. Put your hands back in your pockets. You put your hand up there again, I'm going to smack it down. Stay away. So you get up there, and this is what you have. You have Whitmer. You have Whitmer. If nobody's allowed to leave their homes except for the anti-white Black Lives Matter and me. Everybody has to stay home except for, you remember the anti-white marches, except for all of that, right? But if you're a patriot, remember, you show up at the Capitol as a patriot, you're all sitting in your pickup trucks. Everybody's going to jail. You remember that Whitmer? It's Gretchen Whitmer. And so here she is now with the exact same type of little girl, bitchy argument. Can't come up with anything intellectual. Instead, it's, oh, you just doesn't understand women. And then how does a woman, everybody knows, how does a woman define understanding? When a man understands is when he's obedient. Then he's understanding, right? Am I right? Then it's like, oh, he gets it. That guy, he gets it. But this other guy that's not being obedient, he just doesn't understand. He's stupid. That's the problem. He has not, because Donald Trump has not lived a normal life. Well, what is that? What is a normal life? Let's see if maybe they'll share here.
Rights with Vice President Harris. Donald Trump.
My God, where are my glasses? What in the hell? What in the hell? Did she always look like that? Why is she wearing like the upholstery of a 1970s couch? What happened to her face? Is she a guy in drag? What in the world? That is heinous. That's like when you went to your grandmother's house and whatever she's wearing there was some sort of scrunchy thing that was on the top of the toilet seat. Do you remember that? And you're like, what is this? Why is the toilet wearing clothing? I don't know whether to be more shocked about what she's wearing or her face. Is that Botox? Ladies, chime in. What happened to Gretchen Whitmer's face? Oh, she sold her soul to the devil. I got it. Okay. All right. Now it makes now that makes more sense. It looks like, I swear, it looks like her cosmetic surgeon cut the sphincter off a walrus and sewed it onto her mouth. And that's her lips now. All right.
Was rallying supporters in North Carolina Saturday afternoon. I want you to take a listen to what he said would happen if he wins in a few weeks.
Ozempics, Linda says. Ozempics.
Women
Your face has gotten like massively masculine.
will be happy, healthy, confident, and free. You will no longer be thinking about abortion.
Well, what's the rest of the quote? Come on. What's the rest of what he said there? You'll no longer be... Come on. What else was he saying?
He says that's because it will be back to the states where it belongs. What's your response?
Okay.
That's just ludicrous, I think.
Oh my God, her voice. Do you remember this? The voice? The voice of Satan.
You know, this guy just doesn't understand
This guy, he just doesn't understand
what the average woman is confronting in her life
Either does this guy in drag understand whatever this is.
in this country. And how could he? He's not lived a normal life, unlike Kamala Harris, who has worked hours.
Yeah, Kamala Harris lived a normal life at McDonald's where she was flipping burgers. Normal life, that's a lot like swallowing a microphone. I don't know. Gretchen, is that normal for you? Not many of us have lived that life. Maybe for Gretchen.
Early jobs, who knows how
Yeah, maybe that's how a lot of these women who are in the upper echelons, maybe that's normal for how they get there.
important it is that women have health care and access to the medical care that they
Okay. Here comes the stay out of our conversations with our doctors, Republicans. Here it comes, except when they want to inject you, when they want to say, oh, you're going to be court-martialed, you lose your license to practice medicine, and therefore all of your education for all of those years, lose it all. You'll fire from your job, not able to work in a union that's going to do government work. Oh, yeah, we remember reading all about this, Gretchen. Can't open you're going to go out of business unless you allow the Democrat anti-whites to get into the conversation with your doctor. Do you remember that, Gretchen? You remember that, Lucifer? They're going to watch. YouTube is going to let me call her Lucifer. There's a certain other politician in the Democrats that when I called him Lucifer, they immediately gave me a censored the video. Wasn't a strike, but they censored the video.
they need. And so he's just deranged.
We're learning about deaths in Georgia that are being blamed on the state's 6-week abortion.
Do you think that top was painted? Have you seen that before where like the people go out and they're kind of lascivious, aren't they? They go out and they're like topless, the girls, but they have an outfit painted onto them. It looks like perhaps this was painted and she's kind of burly because the exact same color paint is on her mouth.
Ban, one of the strictest in the country. Republican Governor Brian Kemp, who signed.
If you saw that, I can't stop just looking at her. If you saw that, you would definitely, if you were at a bar, come on guys, if you had a bar and this thing pulled up beside you and gave you a little wink, you'd punch the hell out of it, wouldn't you? You would punch the hell out of it. You'd say, buddy, I don't think so. I don't think so.
Signed that ban into law. He says the procedures that these two women needed were actually perfectly legal. And the problem is Democrats spreading, quote, egregious misinformation and propaganda that fostered a culture of fear and confusion, unquote. What's your response to that?
Well, if Republicans would just stay out of our doctor's offices, we would.
There you have it. You knew that was coming. Westman Positivity saying, remember what they did to James Edwards up in Michigan? Yeah, they said he was the leader of the Ku Klux Klan, and then he sued. And even though he's not in the Ku Klux Klan, never was, and never adjacent to the Ku Klux Klan, they said, oh, well, you can't sue, or you're sued, you don't have standing, or it's okay for that newspaper to say that about you because it's close enough. It's because you're not anti-white enough, so that's fine.
We would all be better off. We would all be safer. We would all be able to make our own decisions about our bodies.
Oh, this is so repulsive, isn't it? If the politicians would just stay out of our conversations with our doctors, coming from a take the vax now, and now with all of this information coming out about the vaccines, you're going to have to look it up for yourself because we don't know how they'll respond. You know, the mainstream media, do you remember they censored the living hell, took people's channels away? People didn't get all that back. The Democrats, the anti-whites of all stripes rolled in. They were like, nope, you lose your livelihood, lose your channel, lose your doctor's license, you lose it all. People don't get that shit back. And now it's not even that much later. It's a couple years later. And right after this thing was just like breathing heavy and giant syringes in her hands and chest hair coming out over the top of her blouse. She's like, take the vax. Kids dying everywhere, not from the vax, of course. Heart failure everywhere. We have that Air Force surgeon coming out showing the data, 1,000-something% increase in heart failure, whatever it was. Look it up for yourself. And they're like, we'll be healthier if you politicians would just shut the fuck up, Gretchen. Shut up, Lucifer.
There's no question that Donald Trump's appointees to the United States Supreme Court has ripped these rights away from so many American women.
My God.
Women have lost their lives. And
women have lost their lives. Talking about losing lives because of what percentage of women need an abortion to save their life that can't get one. How many times has that actually happened? Versus how many people have suddenly or injured or whatever after the ouchie. I mean, let's be serious. I mean, how are these people allowed to be in office? When do we finally get mad enough to start everybody implementing the Go Free dialogic? When does that happen? This was only a couple years ago, for the love of God. How many people went out of bed? How many people lost jobs because the businesses that this bitch shut down, went out of business, and then everybody who was employed there lost their jobs.
if Governor Kemp wants to clarify the law and make it easier for women in Georgia to access the health care that they need, I'm sure that a lot of women would be grateful for that. But at the end of the day, it's none of his business. He should stay out of the doctor's offices and these.
I can't stand to hear her. Governor Gretchen, you mean Gregory Whitmer, said Sunday on CNN, State of the Union, that former President Donald Trump just doesn't understand women's medical needs because he's not a real person, because he hasn't lived a normal life. Great argument there. Very female in nature, very deep in thinking. Host Tapper said Donald Trump was rallying supporters in North Carolina Saturday afternoon. I want you to listen, to take a listen to what he said. Okay, so that's actually what we just heard in that. That's all there is to it. That's all there is to it. And that's their story, and they're sticking to it. One other thing before we jump into the hilarity, before we jump into the real hilarity of migrants. Do we want to start with the migrants eating your face off? What are the migrants doing? What are they doing? Are they eating your faces off? Maybe take a brief look at that. Not all of them, of course. Some of them are not hungry yet. But we do have this little ditty from the so-called commander-in-chief, corpse-in-chief, which he's always been since day one, the corpse-in-chief. And he forgot he's on stage with the Indian prime minister, and he forgot.
So I want to thank you all for being here. And now, who am I introducing next? Who's next?
Who's next, damn it? Who's next?
Who am I introducing next?
Who am I introducing next? Like, weren't you told that right before you stepped up to the lectern? I mean, how long did he actually speak there? Didn't it say on the teleprompter? Wasn't he prompted? But instead, he's like, who am I introducing next? And then he yells at the staff.
Who's next?
Get off my lawn! Who's next?
Distinguished guests.
And then she's like, I'll read it. Ah, what a joke. What a joke. This is what America, this is what the whole West has become. Our countries are on fire. Our people are being brutalized, gang raped, ritualistically murdered. Everything about the West is being white erased. And the leadership is nothing but climbing. How many deranged sexual sickos have to be in charge of the West before the people finally say, okay, all right. What's working? That over the Go Free thing? We'll use that. Whatever's working. You don't got to remake the wheel. You don't want to go back and do what's already failed. Do what's working. And then look,
Prime
the Indian
Minister of the Republic of India.
And then he's like, look at this poor guy. What's he going to do? Is he going to come up and he's like, he's going to give him some therapy session right there. Some Hindi therapy session. Okay. And now, Pilgrim. Migrant punches, bites Border Patrol agents face off in New Mexico. Cool Papa J Magic. Maybe Know Why Guilt will play Slaughtz' new song, Fuel, during the break. Nope, I won't. I'm sorry. No, I already have another one lined up. So one of his, but it will be a Slaughtzian song, but it won't be that particular song. We'll cycle up through it. Fernal is with us. Nancy Drew is here. There's the great Slaughtz himself is in the house. Janice is here. Masumik is here. Blue Flame. Hey, folks, let people know that we're here, and Spud Ruckus is even here. And we're going free, and I'm going to be talking about a white sympathetic meeting that was at a conference, and there were people from a lot of different groups, a lot of people whose names you would never think would be in a single place. So we're going to be talking about that a little bit later. But here you have the news about a migrant punches, bites Border Patrol agents face off in New Mexico, according to Israeli First Breitbart. Border Patrol agent became the victim of a frightening assault near Sunland Park, New Mexico, as he attempted to apprehend a migrant for crossing the border alongside several others. The migrant punched and bit the Border Patrol agent as he was being led to a transport vehicle on Thursday. Now, with all of the blood-borne diseases in the world, and in Central South America, they are aplenty. With all of that, can you not just kill somebody who's trying to bite you? I mean, seriously. How many Americans are going to need to get infected with who the hell knows what? Can you not just blow these people away? Well, of course you can't if you're white. If we were in charge, you could, irrespective of your race. Somebody coming up, somebody breaking into our house, no matter what race you are in the United States, they break into the house of the United States and they come to bite you, absolute zombie style, you may gun them down. That's going to be the first law that I put into it's open. It is open season on people from other countries. They are, in other words, the legitimate definition of outlaw. They are outlaws. They are outside the law. You may do to them as you please. That will keep them away from the border, I would think. They'll decide other places are nicer to fleece. These are the kind of people, and this will segue beautifully into the next item, which is the gangland wars that we have been predicting for a very, very, very long time, decades and decades, a very long time. And what do we call this point when the anti-whites start going at each other? Can somebody chime in? In the El Paso sector alone, agents have seen the number of assaults rise from 46 in 21. And here's the absolute, can we just call bullshit? Can we get BS in the live chat? Can I get a BS? Whatever platform you're on, can I get BS for 46 assaults? That's jumped to 70. Are you serious? Are you serious? I'll give you a little background. My father working in the district, which is everybody who lives here calls it that. We don't call it Washington, D.C. We might call it D.C., but the real locals call it the district. And found a body, called the police. The police showed up, and they just threw it in a bag and threw it on a truck. And my father said, wait a minute, I've watched TV. Aren't you going to put some tape around it and do an investigation? And the cop said, hey, pal, if we reported every murder in this city, they'd call the National Guard out. So can we get a BS for it rose from 46 to 70 assaults along the border? White people have to stop being so gullible. We are like the marshmallow man from Ghostbusters. It's just like, tell me whatever, I'll believe it. And that's why so many white people get into ignorant ass conspiracy theories. When they finally decide they're not going to listen to the television anymore, they turn their gullible ass right over to the Jonesians. They're like, whatever conspiracy theory you want. The more outlandish and impossible, I believe it. White people, am I right? The U.S. Customs and Border Protection, CBP, confirmed to Fox News that the agent was physically assaulted and bitten. And bitten. Animals bite. I have never. Now, if you are in a fight and that's all you got left, that's the only, everything has been used, and you have to resort to trying to bite the other one, then more power to you. Don't hold anything back in a street fight. Having said that, it's never even occurred to me to bite in a fight. I never have thought to get to that point because I'm always eliminating the threat with my hands, arms, legs, and feet. So, but biting, first course of action, the thing is just like, really, no anti-white media. You sit on top of a horse, even as a Hispanic, and you're whipping the horse so that it stays in front of the invaders, the intruders. And they're like, he's whipping them like, remember, think of white people whipping black people. Immediately, the guy is brown as you could possibly get, but the anti-whites immediately invoke white people and then revenge upon white people. By the way, did anybody ever see that bit by stand-up comedian who said many years ago, 70s actually, he said every time he's hanging out with other black guys, they say, man, Dad, I'd have never picked any cotton. And he said, that's what the first one said. That's what the first one said. And then all the rest of them said, okay, I'll pick it. In the Fox News report on the incident, CBP, which is the Customs and Border Protection, says the Mexican officials assisted in apprehending part of the migrant group that managed to flee to Mexico. According to CBP, the injuries sustained by the Border Patrol agent were non-life threatening until we find out what bloodborne disease he now has. The suspect, who remains unidentified but goes by Wolfman, was arrested for the assault and illegal entry into the United States. He was immediately released into Springfield, Ohio. The New York Post reports the allegedly migrant, took a bite out of the agent's face. Out of the agent's face. So he didn't just bite the agent. Although, we could just pretty much back it up right there and say, there you have the kind of people coming in. The hard workers that won't do that, that'll do all the jobs. Do you remember that meme pathogen for years and years? The MP, it's still there. There's still plenty of white people out there that will use that MP. They'll do the jobs that but white people refuse to do. Bullshit. Absolute bullshit. White people will do all of those jobs as soon as you pay them for the work. These employers are taking advantage of slave wages, and their business model is built on all of those receiving the slave wages, receiving government handouts. So all of their food and medical and everything, and then the employer only has to pay this little bit of slave wage on top of it. And then you can get your strawberries for nothing. By the way, they're all poisoned anyhow, so eat up. Then you can, and by the way, by having these people do this, it retards mechanization. People will never build, white guys with giant foreheads will never show up and build machines to do the work as long as you have all of these people. And everywhere that they didn't have enough people to do the work, or it couldn't be done fast enough even with people, they built machinery. And white people, anti-whites, the richest, have known for many generations that they weren't going to need brown slaves coming up from Central and South Africa to do all of this. And yet they have still been for it, proving what anti-whiteism is. It's all about victimizing the white race and white erasing us. So, yeah, every now and again, you have somebody cross the border illegally, which is hard to believe that anybody would come and break in and have good intentions. You know what I mean? The majority, in my opinion, are going to be people that will bite your face off. You don't normally, like in the middle of the night, you're lying in bed. Your country is your house. In the middle of the night, you're lying in bed, and then the window starts to slide open. So you jump up, you run to the room where the window's sliding open, and here comes a human being in to your house, sneaking in. And then they didn't come and knock on the door. Can I come and live with you? Can I come? I bring gifts. I will do this. I will do that. No, they're sneaking in. They're sneaking in. And then what happens in the real world is you call the law enforcement. If you don't take care of it on your own, you call the law enforcement, which is going to require a lot of Glad hefty trash bags and a trip out into the countryside. But you call law enforcement, they show up, and then they're like, hey, we're not taking him anywhere. He's just here for the opportunities in your house. And there are plenty. You've got a checkbook over here where you've been saving money, right? You got that pretty little white daughter over there. There are opportunities here. Your car in the garage. We're not taking him anywhere. He gets to live with you. But he's got blood coming out of his mouth. I think he bit someone on the face. He's living with you. So these are the kind of folks. Look at this guy. Look at this agent. He's absolutely been pummeled. As a consequence. Oh, and let me look back and see. Let me look back and see if we have, did anybody get, what is it that is approaching? And that the gang warfare, the increasing gang, the anti-white on anti-white warfare signals to us. All right, let's see here. We got some tags that I want to speak to. A modern shaman is here. Hello to you. Anglo-Saxon is Biospirit of the West is here, and he's gotten it. The event horizon. Yes, it comes from astrophysics. Ignore that. It's for our use here in the Go Free Dialogic. It is the moment that we can see. It is the moment that we cannot see beyond, when the anti-whites begin to turn on each other, which over the years, so many white people who are white sympathetic have claimed would be good for us, and in fact is the exact opposite. If we get to that point, we don't want to get to that point. If we get to that point, we have got to be ready with the morality, the moral tapestry of the Go Free Dialogic. That has got to be in place for us then in that extremely turbulent and violent country to take back our destiny. We don't want it to have to get there. Trust me, your medicine won't show up anymore for you or your loved ones. The ambulance won't come anymore. The shelf won't have oranges on it, and you don't want this. To various degrees, it's not going to be uniform. It is dynamical, and if you don't get it, then just fall in line. Just like, you know how many people, like I was talking about the Indian prime minister a moment ago. Do you know there are people in it, like holy men, they don't got jack shit to offer or to say. That's not even like Shangri-La. Here's, you're going to go. No. And they have this like absolutely limp, not limpid, limp wisdom. And everybody's like, oh, that's so, and they have like 500,000 followers. We have something applied to the real world that works. And white people are just like doddering off like bovine, like absolute bovine losers that have appropriately mad cow disease. Yeah, that's right. I got everybody that got the BS is so BS. We don't believe your Bravo Sierra anymore, anti-whites. Not in this community. We don't believe your Bravo Sierra. Went from 40 to 70 or whatever it was. Give me a break. Who else is in the house? Azimuth Clark, Sincoy. LG, Ivan. Ivan the Horrible is here. Ivan. We're going to be talking about next about the growing intensity of these conflicts. I can't believe that I've not only been writing about the event horizon, but giving speeches on it for decades. I've been talking, and it's just more and more bubbling up exactly the way that I said. But being right is absolutely no reason to follow the advice of a leader, of a thought leader in service to white well-being. No, because it's much more fun to pretend to be a ninja warrior after watching Kung Fu Theater, which is so many adults in the white race. Children. White Well-Being Society is here. All right, let's scroll through here. Nexus Moon. Hello, Nexus Moon. Let's see. Nationalist. Nationless Nationalist. Hello. Welcome. Cool Papa J Magic trying to help out the son of Handoff. He tagged me as No White Guilt, just as he showed @ symbol, or you could just write No White Guilt. It should show up like that. Looks like Janice is trying to help too. Didn't show up orange for me without, if he wrote it without, or she wrote it without the @ symbol. It did not, which is unusual. It normally does. So I don't know. I can't, it doesn't stand out to me. Let me see if I can find you another way we'll be getting into. All right. Let's see. Masumik. Trying to help as well, I think. Okay, I found it. It says, hey, Jason, remember Charlie Chione? Yes, I do. We talked about, we did a little video on his video and hoped that he would speak with us. But he had a crush. He had an absolute crush. His account blew up by over like 1 million people. The vast majority of them white people who see a non-white person saying something reasonable to white people. Like, don't totally slaughter white people. And white people are like, oh, we love you. We're going to worship you. White guy stands up there with the answers of how to end our victimization. And the white people just walk on by. Yeah, remember him. And all non-white people, and all white females as well, all non-white people who are standing up against anti-whiteism and females who speak out against anti-white, that's our victimization. They should all point to, they should use this absolute boon that they have that's a result of anti-whiteism in popularity. All they got to do is show up. They should use that to point to the cure, to point to the remedy. They should say, look at this guy. Look, now I know you're not going to be checking out the white guy on your own, because how many how many of these Lifetime movies have you seen in all the ancillary and analogous ones? How many of them have you seen where the non-white guy, and especially the black guy that is like leering at you at the beginning of the movie, ends up, and he's got like a low rider tilted to one side the whole time, and he ends up like saving the beautiful white girl or her mother, and he just has this heart of gold or everything. And then the white guy, like me, high forehead, cheekbones, nicely dressed, he has like sawed up 7,000 people in his basement. So you all are living in that shit. You show up and it's like another little girl content creator, another non-white guy, and they're just like living high on the hog because of anti-whiteism. But you're not legitimate unless you point to me. Bottom line, you could point to White Will, you could point to Slaughtz, you could point to Brent Danger, you could point to Fornull, but you got to be pointing to the thing that works. You got to be pointing. You could point to Biospirit of the West, but you can't just be enjoying this massive boon of the ideology that is destroying Western kind and the West and just reap the benefits of it and pretend that you're at odds with it. Okay, back to Charlie Chione. Back to Charlie, who had 1 million+ windfall of followers when he spoke out against. He recently made a video about defending the West. We'd love to hear your thoughts about it. Well, I'll happily give my thoughts on it. What is the title of it? And drop that in the live chat, and I'll come back to it and take a look and see if it's worth reviewing for everyone. He'll probably get like 700,000 views. I'll get probably 1,700 views. But that's America. That's the West today. Spartan Serge de Novo is here. All right, what else do we have? Thank you all for trying to help square that away. Westman Positivity. I know the Fuentes character and his bots doesn't need any more publicity, but he's an example of mimicking Western kind while instilling his biospirit and the norms of Mexicans. Oh, you're saying because of his genetic heritage stemming from non-white Mexico. Well, yeah, maybe so. He just, a number of times he has, a number of times, he's obviously more white than he is non-white, but a number of times he has said there's nothing that can be done. A lot of times there's nothing that can be done. All you should do is wait around. And apparently he said that again, like within the past couple of weeks. He said it again. Nothing can be done. We just need to wait. So for all of those who used to be his followers, here there's something that works. We've got it figured out. Let's move on. Chicago gangbangers rage against newly arrived Venezuelan migrants, intruders, criminal anti-white intruders, as Trinde Aragua moves in. City is going to go up in flames. You remember a couple of weeks ago, I was talking about not only going to have the gangland warfare that you have in Central and South America already, not only going to have that widespread across the United States, but you'll have the same, that same level of intensity times two that will be taking place between the different Arab groups and then the different Hispanic and Arab groups going at each other. And I wonder what religion will come out on top there. I wonder what religion will end up dominating the gangs across the United States. Maybe the one that says it's virtuous and that God loves you if you kill in his name. Maybe that one. That's my guess. I don't know. Maybe Timmy is here. Hello to Timmy. Exactly, Slaughtz. Speaking of Event Horizon, the gang story. Dean says, hello, Jason. You remember me? I did the snow art with no white guilt. Give me something else to go on. When was it? How many years back? Tag me again. All right. Artificer is here. Hello, brother. So here we have, we'll come back and we'll see if there's actually a video for this. After serving 20 years in state prison for murder. Another one of these wonderful. If you're watching a Hallmark movie, Lifetime movie, this will be the guy that will save you from the car after you launch through the air and slide off the road. It's going to be Christmas, of course. And you're going to be into ice cold waters. And he will have to overcome his fear of the water and of drowning. After he, in his childhood, he and his mother were driven off the road by Klan members. And they went into a lake, and his mother drowned before his eyes. And he got a breath of air and was able to swim out to the surface. And that set him on a new course in life because he couldn't find himself, his true nature. And he went out and became a murderer and a thief and a robber. And then he was arrested and he did his time. And while he was in prison, he became a physicist. And now he is released from prison, but can't get a job, even though he's a physicist, and also became a reverend while he was in prison, because the town is composed of evil white people. And the star, the protagonist of the movie, the Hallmark movie, will drive off the road, slide off, pure just ice on the road, bad weather. He will overcome his fear, dive in the water, and save her. Meanwhile, the white guy character that looks like me, high forehead, clean cut, nicely dressed, he'll see it happen, and then he'll just drive away. He won't even care. And now here you have him all these years later, Mohammed. 20 years in a state prison for murder, former gangbanger Tyrone Muhammad. Never expected to return to the city's tough South Side and find Venezuelan migrants and the criminal Tren de Agua gang moving in. Maybe they're always thirsty. But Muhammad, 53, who's gone straight. Okay. I haven't read it. I just saw the title and I was like, yep, that fits. He's gone straight now. Who's gone straight and runs a street patrol? Oh, of course. And violence prevention program. This is the fictionalizing of reality. The whole thing that we live in is an anti-white narrative. It's all fake. It's all, the vast majority of your life is fake. I wish we could reach people. I wish they had a little bit higher than midwittery IQ and they could get it. But I mean, look how fake this is. Called ex-cons for, it's called ex-con for community and social change, says Venezuelan criminal gangs. So he's a good guy now. He's on the right side of the badge. And now he's facing off against the Agua, flooding shelters and taking over apartment buildings, and the last straw for the struggling African-American community. He says they are furious at seeing government money. Isn't that the way they always see it? It's government money. It's just government. It comes from the government. It doesn't come from you and me. White people are always thinking, the vast majority of us, rest assured, there are some really low IQ'd white people out there who will make these same sort of conclusions that you're seeing here. But vast majority of white people realize there is nothing free. It's coming from someone. That's why we have this desire to not have to take unless we really have to. That's why I have to argue people in the white sympathetic sphere into taking welfare. Take it. I have to argue people because it's our system that's coming from our pockets is being fleeced by everybody else. Take it. White people always say, who's it coming from? Tell you a story about a guy who was at work and he showed a coworker who happened to be a black guy photograph of his most recent child. And he was happy to say that he had a handful of children. Well, this black guy said his father had 12 children. I don't remember if he said how many mothers, but his father had 12 children. And so this guy asked, 12 children, and they were all impecunious. They all lived in the ghetto. They all lived absolutely with nothing. And so this guy asked the black guy, whose father paid for your father's children? And he said, what? Precisely. So the African-American community are, they're complaining up in Chicago that the Venezuelans, the Hispanics, are now using up all the government money. He says they are furious at seeing government money going to what they call non-citizens. What they call, so the blacks in America call them non-citizens. Are they or are they not? Are they? And I bet you they probably have, the black community in Chicago probably have a list of other names that they probably have for them. Non-citizen is probably not among those names. So that was probably the one they came up with for the purpose of this discussion with this reporter. Non-citizen. I can just hear that being like in the next like gangster rap lyric. Can't you? The non-citizens. Quote, it is impossible to release gang members and criminals into our country through the borders and broken walls and infiltrate them in our infiltrate in our community that's already impoverished and broken. Integrate, maybe, is that a T? No, it's I. There's an L. Where are my glasses? Where did I put them? Mohammed told the Post last week on the O Block, a stretch along South King Drive that's considered the most dangerous in the city. Why did he go back there, I wonder? There he is. There's your future doctor. Oh, so he's for Trump, which means, man, just start a YouTube channel. Look, I got some advice for this guy. Start a YouTube channel, start an X account, and say you are a black ex-con for Trump, and you will immediately have 1 million middle-aged, dried-up white females following you. 1 million. Easy. Just show up and say you are a black ex-convict for Trump. And you watch all them white females roll up. You watch. 1 million followers right away. They see me. I'm a handsome guy. I'm not a runway man, but a handsome guy. I'm in shape. I'm brilliant. We've done all this work. And they're like, no. No. Oh, yeah, black. Why? Why? We already said it 2 times. Lifetime movies. When the black gangs here get fed up with the illegals and criminal activities, illegalities and criminal activities of these migrants or non-citizens, the city of Chicago is going to go up in flames, and there will be nothing the National Guard or government can do about. I actually think he talks like this, but I'm not positive. If we hear his voice, I will do his voice specifically. Can do about it with the bloodshed hits the streets. So this is not. He says it'll be the blacks against the migrants. Now, I'm going to guess he didn't say that. He probably said it'll be the word that'll cause my YouTube channel to go away, and probably all the others. Begins with November. And for the migrants, he probably used a word that begins with Sierra. But it turned into blacks and migrants, which is fine. I wouldn't have read the other ones out loud. So, do you think this is unique to Chicago? Because if you do, we got a silly little sailor cap that the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man wore. And that's the gullibility cap for the white gullibles out there. This is happening in every town, in every city. Just like the gangs taking over the apartment complexes that are coming up from Central South America. You finally hear about it in Aurora, Colorado. And then suddenly, well, what do you know? News popping up everywhere across the country. Check it out for yourself. Check it out for yourself. Popping up all over the country about Central South American gangs taking over apartment complexes, threatening landlords, saying they want the money from the rent, on and on. Suddenly, the stories start showing up. And do you think that there would be fewer stories or more stories if the country were less anti-white? Well, of course, there would be more of the truth would be coming out, wouldn't it? How many white reporters out there, or non-white, want to report on what is a hush crime? Non-white people in the anti-white narrative are all good unless white people have caused them to be bad, like in the example I gave, of the Hallmark movie. They're pressed into service, or we create conditions that cause them to be bad. They have no agency unless they benefit from the collateral benefits that are a result of discriminating against white people. They'll call it many different names, right? They'll call it DEI, they'll call it diversifying, they'll call it etc. They'll call it many different names. And then somehow, once they have all of the privileges and benefits and freedom from responsibility, then that's agency for them. But if they do wrong, they have no agency. It's because white people made them do it. So who wants to speak up against that? Well, nobody, if they want to continue to have a career in journalism. Nobody wants to contradict that. Oh, here's another wonderful lad who is just trying to go right, and the white world makes him go wrong. And I've been told since I was in kindergarten that I need to think about him, and I need to be thinking about what I could do for him. You know, even at 6 years old, I need to think about it. So across the country, you have this powder keg already igniting everywhere. And who will be blamed? That's right. We will. We will be blamed for their, if we're talking about like non-whites in general, internecine violence. It'll be because the white race has set in place the situations and circumstances that inevitably would have led to this. And so therefore, it was malice aforethought that white people did this. And we will be forced to pay as society burns down around us. Every one of our towns are going to a greater or lesser degree, my opinion, going to witness this violence. Many have been given money for rent, food stamps, cards, and even cars. Okay, so the blacks here are complaining that the Hispanics have been given money for rent, food stamps, and cars. You think about this, the irony of that. That could be really infuriating for white people. And some landlords have pushed out blacks, they call them African Americans here for some unknown reason. This is like the first time I'm reading African American in over a year. They push out local blacks because they can get more government money for housing Hispanics. Some belong to the one-time Venezuelan prison gang turned vicious multinational crime syndicate, Trinde Aragua, whose sources in Chicago told the Post are heavily armed, brazen, and spilling into areas of the South Side. Those areas are traditionally controlled by hundreds of entrenched gangs. How about fuck you and your control? How about we built America and you get to control shit? I should be able to walk the streets of the South Side of Chicago. There ain't no Chicago if white people didn't invent it and build it twice. There ain't no Chicago. You control it? You control it? How fucking infuriating. They're traditionally controlled by hundreds of entrenched gangs. I really hate this. White people build Nirvana. We build Elysium. And then all of these others control. They cut out pieces because our law and order has been white erased. And so white people, because we allow ourselves to be white guilted and submit ourselves to the anti-white narrative, end up ceding over our creations. You control shit. And what do you control it with? Thug? The guns that we invented and make? And how do you communicate with the other thugs in the gangs, the other gang members? With the cell phones that we invented? With the telecommunications system that we invented? You control shit. Okay, so from the gangster disciples, so these are all, I guess what they're about to name, are all these people with horrible arthritis is the problem. The gangster disciples, the Black Pea Stones, all right, and the Vice Lords, and the Latin Kings, and the Satan disciples. One day in charge, it'd all be taken care of. One day with me in charge as tyrant, and it would all be done. There would be no control of any of these. You wouldn't be able to find any of these gang members. You would not be able to find a single one. TDA members flashing gang signs and wearing their uniforms of choice, Chicago Bulls t-shirts and caps, could be seen outside the Standard Club migrant shelter downtown, where two local Chicago police officers told the Post they were trying to encroach on a local gang's drug dealing corner near a 7-Eleven store. How nice. Ain't that America? You and me, baby. Ain't that America? Standard Club employees told the Post that there hadn't been any crime in the shelter and denied the presence of Venezuelan gang. Because they want to live? Because they want to live another day? No, they don't come here. I don't see any hide or a tail of them. Yeah, we're all taught to like sympathize with this guy, to know him, to know his heart, because he was born and raised on the South Side, which means that his heart is pure of gold, and he just has this exterior with the tattoos and that rap sheet as long as an octopus's arm, and but heart of gold. Meanwhile, Jason Köhne, nobody gives a shit about him. There's no programs for him to be escorted in to the upper echelons of some of the biggest companies. No programs to get him in there. No freedom from responsibility. No, none of that. Yeah, and everybody's taught to know that my heart is black unless I prove otherwise. His heart is gold, even if his rap sheet and continuing crimes and everything else proves otherwise. All right. Is there anything else here to know about this? Bottom line is we have no border, and that the woman, the border czar, and she should be getting hammered over the head. Like, why isn't Trump saying, go to the border today and close it? You are in charge. You are the border czar. Close it. If you say, all right, you don't have the power to do it as the vice president, then go to the border and say, I want the border closed, but Biden won't do it. And that will differentiate you from Biden. They're not saying that. They really should be saying that. She's saying she'll be strong on the border. Then go be strong on the border. So you have no border. You have the country flooded with 20 million plus. Probably no fewer than 20 million. I mean, even Mike Johnson, who is willing to go ahead and pass the budget bill without the SAVE Act, because he's a piece of anti-white shit, exactly as I called him from the very beginning. A piece of anti-white garbage. They came out all tough the first day. We're not passing it without the SAVE Act. No, we're going to put it on the Democrats. And then immediately fold over. That's what Republicans are. No border, 20 plus million people in the country, so many bite your face off people. And the reason why, evidence that these people are here is these crimes that percolate to us, which you have no idea how many don't reach even the local news. You have no idea how many don't reach the local news. And then out of that, it's only some of those that end up getting picked up by social media and pushed. Because they're all hush crimes. The anti-whites are not going to report on any of these because it contradicts the anti-white narrative. And when we do, every now and again, see one of these, it's another little boy murdered. It's another woman with her head caved in during rape. It's another one. It's another lake. It's another one. You got these people pouring in, and how do they live naturally in Central and South America? And Southeast Asia as well. How do they live? They live in gangs. There are tons of gangs. Except in some of these places, they're tough on the gangs. In the U.S., they couldn't be easier on the gangs because the gangs are non-white. White gangs are snuffed out by law enforcement. It's still allowed to be tough on them. Non-white gangs, not so much. They control parts of our cities that we built. They're coming up here. Gang warfare. The event horizon is clearer and clearer to us, to those who are able to see by the day. Which means that we have got to work. We've got to step it up. We've got to redouble our efforts. Because is Trump concerning himself with, and is Trump really going to be able to do anything with all of these people, which he's not going to be able to get away with just saying that they are just gang members? Because it's patently obvious that it's specific groups of people. So you're going to be able to get away with any of deporting them? Come on. There has to be, and what we're doing here, the implementation of a much deeper, fundamental remedy that addresses that moral tapestry upon which we live. Nothing is under the moral tapestry. That is the actual matrix upon which everything is built. Trump is not going to be able to secure our cities. Is he going? He wasn't able to secure the border in his first 4 years, was he? He wasn't even able to build the wall, was he? I mean, as though he's smart. These people, are smart enough to know that wherever you build a wall, people will find a way under, over, around. They know that on the 38th parallel, that there's no wall, nobody goes across. And the reason for it is landmines. So if you want to secure the United States in the safest, most humane way for everyone, first for our people, safe and humane, but also for the people who are being sold to these mule former drug running, or probably also drug running groups, to come across deserts and come across this pass and that pass. It won't happen anymore, because the first one that has his whole lower torso blown off, that'll be the last one. That will be the most humane way. So Trump is not going to be able to secure our cities and our towns and our border for us, but he's going to secure Israel. And who do we have to blame for that? White people. because they don't see individual well-being by way of our group's well-being. The wealthy white people are not showing up. And I got to turn over here to read this story. Trump says that if he loses, the Jewish people would have a lot to do with it. So you have it coming from both angles. Jewish people, not all of them, but a percentage of them, in my opinion, a pretty big percentage of them, see their individual well-being by way of their group's well-being. That is the fundamental definition of a people. If you do that, then you have the opportunity to survive. White people don't do that yet. That's what the Go Free dialogic does for us. It forces us to see our individual well-being by way of our group well-being. As a consequence, when some Jewish people see something that will work to the well-being or benefit of their people, and therefore themselves, they put their money, their ingenuity, their intelligence, most important is their ability to work together in those efforts behind whatever that thing is. And so you can see it on full display here in the New York Times, where they're trying to demonize Trump and what he's saying. But what he's saying is a reality. He spent the past couple of days going to Jewish groups. Miriam Adelson's one of them. She is the casino magnate, multi-billion dollars. Of course, she didn't make the money. Her husband did. But she goes there and she set up a super PAC. And there are a number of super PACs set up by Jewish people to finance Trump in his efforts to win the presidency. Perlmutter is another one. She's giving him like 100 million, Perlmutter like 60 million. They're going to get what they're paying for. You look out at the world, you see these Jewish groups, and they pool their money. They listen to the leaders in the people who are worthy of listening to. White race doesn't do this. The white race absolutely does not do this. They pool their money. They listen to the intelligent people in their circles. And then they exert what strength they have on specific points to get outcomes they would like. And some of those outcomes, especially in the case of Miriam, big time pro-Israeli, pro-Zionist, is that she wants Israel to be important to the next president. And she thinks that Donald Trump will be able to do that. Now, of course, Kamala would too. This idea that Kamala is not going to do for Israel is absurd, is totally absurd. That bitch, she would be jumping through flaming yarmulkes for them. But you can see what Trump is saying here. If he loses, he says, and this is where the New York Times, see, he was going to these Jewish groups and he's saying that he will be their best friend. He will, he said, maybe Israel should be larger, that he will protect Israel, that if he doesn't win, Israel will be destroyed within years. I mean, wild histrionics, but appropriate in that environment. And he also says to these Jewish groups that he's been visiting, giving campaign speeches to, he also says that if he doesn't win, it's going to be a result of the Jewish people having a lot to do with it. Wouldn't it be nice to have politicians say about the white race, I'm going to win if the white race endorses me. I'm going to lose if the white race opposes me. Speaking at a campaign event denouncing anti-Semitism in America, Donald Trump again attacked Jews who vote for Democrats. saying that the party had a hold or curse on you. First Last also jumping in. He's probably catching up, writing the Event Horizon. Well done, my brother. Cass is here. Hello to you. Former President Donald Trump speaking on, and by the way, before people decide, maybe hearing from me for the first time, and maybe you're in the explicit white sympathetic sphere, and you are immediately concluding that if a white positive guy or white sympathetic guy, I'm white positive, doesn't want to destroy the Jews, that therefore he's working for the Jews, you need to understand that we oppose all anti-whites, whether they're Jewish. We oppose the anti-white Jews, whites, Hispanics, whatever, whoever is anti-white. All of them we oppose. We are just not Judeo-centric, as you maybe are, and a lot of others are. We are white or Westman-centric. If I do not win, says Donald Trump, the Jewish people would have a lot to do with the loss. Mr. Trump repeated that assertion at a second event. So he had two of these like pro-Jewish Israel events. Like it's not, and maybe it is, for these particular events, it doesn't pass the without observing, I should say, that it's never just Jewish or Jews for America. In every case, they talk about Israel. And these big groups, in every case, they're like, but what about Israel? Mr. Trump repeated that assertion at a second event. This one focused on Israeli Americans, where he blamed Jews he described as, quote, voting for the enemy for the hypothetical destruction of Israel that he insisted would happen if he lost in November. This is, talk about living not only in the anti-white narrative, but you have so many people, including the Judeo-centric people who show up, who hate Jews for being born Jews. Not only do they live in the anti-white narrative, they willingly climb into the narrative of the Jewish people. And they're like, tell me where I sit. Where do I fit in your narrative? If I care about their narrative. This is why I never said in all those years going to church, I was never a Gentile. As soon as I was told, it galled me. As soon as I was told, well, there is Jew and Gentile, and I was like, no, there is not Jewish people and then everybody else. I'm not in the everybody else pile. Fuck all that. Mr. Trump on Thursday offered an extended airing of grievances against Jewish Americans who have not voted for him. He repeated his denunciation of Jews who vote for Democrats before suggesting that the Democratic Party had a hold or curse on Jewish Americans and that he should be getting 100% of Jewish votes. You know what he should have done is gone in there and said, you know what? Every Jew who votes for a Democrat is anti-white as all hell. That's what he should have done. And I find it extremely offensive that they would be anti-white. All that party does is implement policies and spew rhetoric that is anti-white. It's anti-whiteism from top to bottom. That's what he should have done. Instead, he's got to go in there. And doesn't it sound, positively tardish to go in there and say, don't get it. The Democrats have placed a curse on them. They obviously feel, they're obviously anti-white. Not everyone, but I would like to talk with one that votes Democrat and isn't anti-white. Because if the concern is, if one of the primary concerns of Democrat voting Jewish people is the safety of Israel, which apparently it is because they're always talking about it, I want to know how taking my country and making it a vassal, a servant of this other country in the Middle East is not anti-white. How is it not anti-white? Wing of Production is here. Great to see you. Much as he repeatedly spins a doomsday version of America as he campaigns this year, Mr. Trump has pointed to Hamas' deadly October 7th massacre and to the war in Gaza, as he has insisted that Israel will cease to exist within a few years. Now, that was some serious histrionics when he said that the other day, and he's now repeating it. It will cease to exist. Well, for our people, that's histrionic. And with all, quote, with all I have done for Israel, I received only 24% of the Jewish vote, he said during his earlier speech on Thursday at a campaign event where he spoke to an audience of prominent Republican Jews, including Miriam Adelson, the mega donor who is a major Trump benefactor, as well as lawmakers that were there. I think it's called, not Save America, her PAC, super PAC. Mr. Trump added that I really haven't been treated very well, but it's the story of my life. Oh, boy. During his speeches, Mr. Trump made no mention of Mark Robinson, the lieutenant governor of North Carolina. Now, here's where the anti-white New York Times connects, links, conflates Donald Trump with a based black guy that he had to get behind. Donald Trump will never mention me. I'm a white guy who cares about white people. But here you have, just like we were talking about earlier with Charlie Chione, a non-white guy coming out saying some things that are conservative or Republican in nature, and immediately Trump is on the soul train to Robinson and his political ambitions, jumps on the soul train. And what's this Robinson been up to? Calling himself a black Nazi. You think Trump knew he called himself that? No. Trump saw a non-white, and these people are like unicorns to white people who don't care about white people. Just, it's selfish individualism, and they're like, oh my God, we found a non-white person that agrees with us. We've spotted the unicorn. Immediately endorsing and celebrating. This guy's pretty good. Can you imagine Donald Trump giving his endorsement to me? How good that would be for white people and therefore everybody who lived in the West? Never happened. Never happened. If I were black guy, if I were a Hispanic guy, and I was out there streaming for all these years, how many hours of selfless sacrifice, he would absolutely recognize me, and it would be to the moon with viewership and the impact I could have. But instead, here you go, Trump jumps on the soul train, and this guy Robinson called himself a black Nazi. He defended slavery. That's a trick, isn't it? Trump actually called this guy, now get this, talk about living inside the anti-white narrative. Trump called this guy Martin Luther King on steroids. Now, normally, when we say that something is on steroids, that means that it's much more of whatever it is or was. So MLK, for me, represented the face of anti-whiteism. That everywhere I turned, they were like, there it is. There's the face of anti-whiteism. When I was in junior high school, MLK had replaced Jesus Christ. He was all good, immaculate, without sin, and then nailed to the cross by a white devil. And the devil, Satan, Lucifer, the fallen angel, replaced with Adolf Hitler, who we were told cared about all white people. So here you have Trump come along and say he's the Martin Luther King on steroids. He said some other things that were just totally, let's see. I know he has said some anti-Jew things. This is garbage, this article. I know this Robinson has said some anti-Jew things. Let's see. Nah, I don't see anything else here. So, I mean, you can see what happened to some of these Democrats, members of the squad. Whole thing's been decimated. What do white people say? We'll talk about that in a little bit. Who care and who are observing. I'm so tired of it. So tired of it. But there you have it. Trump is going to secure, but so would Kamala. So you have these people show up and they're like, "Are you gonna endorse Trump because he's gonna? Don't you know he's gonna defend Israel?" So what? So's Kamala. Kamala will never speak negatively about anti-whiteism as Donald Trump has, as Donald Trump Jr. has, as it will. We expect there to be more in the future. Kamala would never do that. And that legitimacy of these concepts that they could putting their shoulder behind it means that's where the actual fight is. Politics, culture, none of it's there. It's in this moral tapestry. That's where the fight is. So if Donald Trump wants to go and wipe out all of Israel's enemies, and maybe he will, if he's going to fight for white people in America, then go to it. There are a lot of white people out there who would say, no, thank you. If he's going to help Israel, then no, thank you for what he could do for white people. That should really be a dividing line. Like, thank you. You can go your direction. I'll go mine. Cass says, I'd scream the opening song for No White Guilt to the top of my lungs until I couldn't no more. Well, thank you for that. Sing it out. And what's happening as we roll up to this election in November? In fact, how many days do we have? 43 days left. Israel has decided, I'm sure you all have seen the news, that Israel, and how did anybody conclude that you could send a signal to a pager or a cell phone and cause a battery to explode? That's preposterous. It's obviously was built with explosives in it. And that's, of course, more and more people are, I guess, revealing that this was done through numerous shell companies and the like. And a brilliant thing to do. Don't believe for a second that America is not doing that. Of course, America is. Of course, know that people who were taken prisoner by the United States have been in warfare scenarios, Middle East, that they have had things put into their bodies so that they could be tracked and found. Know that for fact. That's easy to do. That's not like science fiction. You don't need nanobots to do that. So Israel obviously in the past produced pagers with explosives in them so that they could track, they could read, all of it. All of the messages were tracked, all of the messages were read, the locations tracked, and then they could be detonated and maim or kill the user. And over a 2-day period, was around 3,000 people in Lebanon died as a consequence of walkie-talkies and pagers exploding. And you've probably seen the footage. And Israel has clearly stated that they are going to make northern Israel safe for Israeli citizens to live there, which it's not safe because Hezbollah throws rockets and raids and etc. So what does Israel have to actually do to be able to do that? Well, they need to push Hezbollah deeper into Lebanon. Do they need a ground invasion to do that? No. They could invade Lebanon on the ground. By the way, by any definition, Israel is already at war and has been with Lebanon. So these content creators who have mastered running in place and pedaling without a chain, and they keep you like on the edge of, is war imminent? And no, look, you can't fly into somebody's country, fly into their airspace and drop laser guided bombs, drop MOABs, drop bunker busting bombs in their country and that not be war. That is 100% war. What you have is this, white people have this, I mean, I guess I'll call it a proclivity rather than a propensity to hold the abstraction that we've created in our minds as more real than reality. We've talked about it before, like when it comes to maps. White people will treat maps like that is the actual, there's a benefit to it. But when it goes too far, it's a weakness. The definition of war is a great example. It is foolish, nonsensical to continue to run in place for the audiences, not for the content creators, because they're making money off you. They're getting that adulation off of you. But for the observers to be on the edge of their seat with, is war going to start? War hasn't stopped. So you can think about this problem that white people have with abstractions moving forward. When you really begin to chew down into it, you'll see how deep that hole goes when it comes to dealing with the real world. And it plays into our gullibility as well, this childish gullibility. They're launching surface-to-surface missiles. They could secure northern Israel by ensuring that nothing lives under a certain latitude in Lebanon. And what's Lebanon going to do about it? Nothing. What's Iran going to do about it? Nothing. They can't without all dying. Will Israel roll into southern Lebanon? Maybe. But when they had a scuffle with this terrorist army, if you will, when they had their scuffle, they were fighting with one arm and two legs behind, maybe both arms tied behind their back. So this Hezbollah beat them is nonsense. And this, you have to concern yourselves with Israel and how they're meanies because America's going to get dragged in. America's going to be dragged in because white people are not going to come together, rich white people, for the benefit of all white people, to finance candidates like Perlmutter and the rest will for Jews. So, end of conversation. No need to keep talking about this. Israel on war footing as Hezbollah fires rockets at north. IDF hits launchers. They then went in after this day of 3,000 blown up and maimed and dead, injured and dead. They then went in and hit like 70 targets in Lebanon. Let me put that up on the screen for you. Israelis woke up Sunday to air raid sirens across the northern portion of the country as Hezbollah fired scores of rockets, causing damage and fires in open areas, but not causing any serious injuries. A fireworks company could do more injuries. On Saturday, the Israeli Defense Forces launched waves of airstrikes against Hezbollah positions in southern Lebanon, hitting 400 targets, including rocket launchers that the Iranian-backed terror group was about to activate. Alexander is here. Alexander says, just wrote, Israel's doing 7 times the targeting on Lebanon because they can. They could do probably 107 times the targeting. 107 times. They have the ability to do that. And if Hezbollah had the ability to do it, they would do that to Israel. That's Middle East. That's Middle East neighborliness. Middle Eastern neighborliness. I guess the neighborliness, maybe I'll put it this way. The neighborliness in the Middle East. Since the afternoon, that the direction of the IDF Intelligence Directorate, IAF, struck approximately 290 targets, including thousands of launcher barrels, alongside additional terrorist infrastructure in multiple areas in southern Lebanon over the past few hours. In additional series of strikes, the IDF struck approximately 110 Hezbollah terrorist targets, including launchers and terrorist infrastructure in multiple areas in southern Lebanon. I thought it was that statement that Hezbollah made about Israel blowing up the pagers and the walkie-talkies was especially pathetic, saying that it was like a decisive strike that was cruel and against like all of the agreed upon norms of warfare. Are you serious? Are you really serious? You shoot rockets into towns. This is how both sides fight. And me, for my norm, I don't want any innocent people to be harmed. I want my people to come together, centering white people, to come together to become a people, and then thereby to control the destiny for our people in our culture and in our politics. And then you know what would happen? We would stop doing Israel's bidding. Later, when Hezbollah began firing at Israeli communities in the north, the IDF said, okay, Hezbollah appeared to be targeting Israeli air bases, according to Israeli army radio, but only hit civilian areas. Schools were closed for in-person learning in Haifa and communities to the north. The Israeli military also intercepted missiles fired that we're paying for, white people, in many cases, at the country from Iraq, presumably from Iranian-backed militias, asked by. This would be so clean if white people were in charge of America, because we would just go into the Middle East and say, we're going to tap oil from here, and you all can do your shit. But we're taking the oil from right here. We'll sell you some of it, but we're taking the oil from right here. You're not going to fight us. Think about how simple this would be. War with Hezbollah in southern Lebanon would be the second front the U.S. President Joe Biden sought to avoid when he, look at this language. White people, for the love of God. It is warfare when 700 or so sites in a country are blown up by surface-to-surface missiles and airstrikes. That's war. That's not, it's about to be war, or it's about to be a second front. That's war, period. It's on. It's been on. It's not about to change. And the Democrats are going to support and endorse as much as any Republican will. No less. Because the Miriam Adelsons of the other side will show up with their dough. And their politicians, and politics is a business of money. Whoever has the most money wins. So they'll show up on their side and they'll say, okay, who's going to run for our side? And a whole host of white people will get out their resumes. Non-white people as well. Get out their resumes. But this isn't going to change. It is not going to change. America is not going to stop doing the bidding of Israel, or by all appearances, what it seems like, doing the bidding of Israel, until the white race becomes a people, and we have the answer for that. We've proven it. No one else, everyone else out there is using strategies that has been failing for generations. And I'll just keep saying that so that the mid-wittery out there and the midget-wittery will finally get it. You're using failed strategies. You're using failed strategies. Open your eyes. Hezbollah fires 100 more rockets in retaliation to the Israeli airstrikes. Rocket barrage overnight continues in another story. Stories pile up after stories as more rockets land and more American-made aircraft and laser-guided bombs and dumb bombs fall and blow things and people up. People sit around, they're like, what about the why the Democrats used to be the anti-war? Why, this doesn't make any sense. It makes perfect sense. Killed dozens. The Israeli strike, including one of the most senior veteran Hezbollah commanders, during an unprecedented attack during the group's communication and blowing out the group's communication devices. Air raid sirens echoed across northern Israel, sending hundreds of thousands of people scrambling into shelters. People want to talk about like the Houthis. People who run in place, they want to bring up all of these different, they'll talk about like little obscure Islamic groups in the darkest part of Africa, because they want to give you information to make it sound like there's so much intricacy here. It's really simple. It's really very simple when you have a people and you stand outside of this mess and you decide, okay, what is going to be our part or no part in all of this? It becomes really easy. But what are the Houthis going to do? What is the bizarre tiny fraction of Islamic rebel jihadists in the northwest and southwest part of Iraq going to? Who gives a shit? If Israel wants, they're all dead. But this is what it looks like. Welcome to It's Not War Yet. Welcome to another chapter of We're Almost at War in the Middle East. Vazana raced to a shelter with his wife and 9-month-old baby before he heard the boom of the rocket. Then he went back outside to see if anyone was hurt. I ran without shoes, without a shirt, only with pants. Ran out of the house. Everything was still on fire. All right. Then you have that hanging. No country can accept the wanton rocketing. And this is the thing. As this escalates, and it doesn't need to become more than this. I mean, Israel could just ensure that nothing lives below a certain latitude in southern Lebanon. And that'll be interesting, won't it? Because their borders will be secure, but ours won't. And you say, well, the Jews must be in charge if our borders are open and their borders in Israel are secured. In charge, the dynamical nature of society precludes a in charge. There is always fluidity in motion, power vying with power, and we don't have any of it because we don't have a people, because so many of our so-called activists are sitting around centering every other group of people on planet Earth for this acerbic, nightmarish criticism, endless talks about how bad everybody else is, not thinking about us at all, except for us. We have the remedy that can put an end to us having to even hear about this shit. I don't even want to hear about it. Do you know that this kind of stuff is happening in other parts of the world? And do you know why we don't hear it? Because they are not as cohesive and wealthy and organized in the U.S. as some circles of Jews are in the U.S., which is what we need to emulate. Nothing wrong with Jewish people doing that. It is magnificent. We need to do it and do it better. It is a wonderful thing to stick together. It is a wonderful thing to come to each other's help. It is a wonderful thing to pool our money and force our will on others. That is all wonderful, just like these groups. It is all good. Southern Bloom has joined us. Promethean Healing is here. Oh, look at the madness. So clearly what we need to do, what we're going to be talking about, is the conference and the different points of view and the kind of things. Good night to you, Dean. The kind of things that we saw there. Anti-white out is here. Just left church, writes B, and thought about how this community is one of the many blessings I have. Thank you so much for that. God bless you. Going free has helped me stay sane in an insane world. God bless you all and Kip. Kip indeed. Thank you so very much. Dennis is here. Johnny Appleseed. I've been talking about anti-whiteism and how the only reason I want Trump is because he pays lip service to the issues of my people, and that resonates with folks. Great strategy. Precisely. Precisely. Beautifully said. That is exactly why we want Trump in office. Scrolling back to see who I missed, if anybody, tagging me. 07s. 07 to Wing It Production. All right, ladies and gents, we're going to take a short break, and I will be right back.
Twisty spark of Western spirit, of embers braving rain, the heart of hearts quivering as they smuggle pain. fire is a thorn to every anti-wise ring. Your love is no weapon, but a place self-stain. The frolic of a child is there, not exempt from pain. But are your spirits rash, so fair, deserving of a clean, unscathed, undisturbed life? A promise harms unlaid the willful depravity of anti-whites defame. A pristine spark of Western spirit, of embers braving rain. This fire is a thorn to every anti-white's rain.
All right, folks, let us get into I wasn't able to get as many of the victories together today. Not as much time, but as we normally have, since I was at that conference. But we are going to be some swashbuckling celebrations. Please get out your August emojis. Show your love for these good people as we bring up our very first, of course. And I'm not even seeing it, so let's see what happened. Where is it? It's up on the screen. What are you talking about? Show me. There, now it appears. It's Franklinator. Celebrate the great Franklinator, ladies and gentlemen. Bringing together the majority of these victories every single week that we have in service to white well-being, spreading the concepts that change the stories we live our lives in. And it's a beautiful thing, this man. He does the timestamps for the Sunday gatherings. He moderates. He is a young man. He's wonderful. Big salutes to him. He is always in Donald Trump Jr.'s audience, pushing the concepts that liberate us. Big love to the Franklinator. Unstoppable man that he is. And he would like to thank Ivan and Homeless Bear, both of whom attended the Don Jr. stream with Franklinator this past week, showing the love, showing the respect. August emojis. Gloriousness for this hero, please. Gloriousness. We've got to celebrate each other because let me tell you, nobody else is. Let's keep it going as well for the great Slaughtz. I mean, this guy has made like 18 albums so far of rockin' music. I'm going to have to buy a new stereo system for the car probably. Give it up for the great Slaughtz. I mean, that we just played another one of his master hits. And he's produced like 3 or 4 more. So big love, big salutes, crowns and gems, 96s, the heroes. The Promethean heroes are speaking their adulation and salutes for him. We'll keep it going. Let's take a look at, this is Eric Down Under. Over there on Pauline Hanson, he says, Albo and his government will silence any speech they deem heretical to anti-whiteism. Keep up the good fight, Pauline. 211 people from her audience gave a like to that. These concepts spreading. You all didn't do it. I saw it being used in Australia, for the love of God. That's the other side of the world. You didn't do this. Yeah, we did. Those are our people. Give it up for Eric. Here we have Anglo-Saxon and WG. Who else is ready to move past this anti-white regime over under Donald Trump's YouTube video? How many of the channel, how many people viewing that channel thought that they agreed with this? Over 1,000 people are ready to move past the anti-white regime. 43 replies. Give it up. Quadruple 07s to Anglo-Saxon and WG. Here he is back again, this time with Matt Walsh. And 360 people out of Matt Walsh's audience decided that they agreed with Anglo-Saxon and WG when he writes, anti-whiteism is the greatest evil of our age. 47 replies engendered. You all didn't do it. I saw it over there on Matt Walsh. I also saw it over there on Russell Brand. Well, Anglo-Saxon is over there too, ladies and gentlemen. Big salutes to this swashbuckling general. Who else is sick of the anti-white regime? 535 people and counting, 23 replies and counting of Russell Brand's audience agreed with that statement, learning those concepts and that dialectic that the regime is anti-white. He continues this time under Officer Tatum, which we have discovered is a truly upstanding non-white guy, gives a heart to so many of these comments. Who else is sick of this anti-white regime? 1.1 thousand people watching Officer Tatum. A lot of those people are going to be white people who are too scared to watch somebody like me, right? And there you have Anglo-Saxon and WG swashing on them. 59 replies and counting. Over 1,000 and counting of them giving likes to that. And Officer Tatum himself. I'm going to give a special salute myself to Officer Tatum. Good for you, man. Thank you so much. Stand-up guy. Here he is again. Officer Tatum, Anglo-Saxon. He's given it another heart. Who else is ready to move past the anti-white regime? How many people of Officer Tatum, how many white people? I'm sure it's mostly white. Over 2,000 of them. 50 replies and ticking upward. Big salutes to all of these people. You know it's a ton of white people over there that just they would see me and hear me say one thing about anti-whiteism. They would run for the woods. God bless you for this swashbuckling work. No white guilt clips. Big champion. No white guilt clips over here under Logan Hall. His audience, 102 likes, 27 retweets and counting, almost 22,000 views. No white clips right. No white guilt clips writes, anybody at war with the people that are the country should be thrown out of the country. Big love for this hero. This swashbuckling hero. General extraordinaire. We got another one. Another one under Logan Hall for No White Guilt Clips. They're only anti-Republican because they're anti-white. Brilliant, my brother. Brilliant. We have hearts. We have 11, almost 12,000 views in that audience. God bless you, brother. God bless the great No White Guilt Clips. He walks with his chest in the clouds. That's how tall he is. We have Malone LeVay, an interesting character. He's so many swashbucklers in one. Malone LeVay over here on Pauline Hanson. How many of this legitimate political party audience, almost 900 of them gave a thumbs up to who else is sick of Albo and his anti-whiteism? They're all like, damn right. I am. Malone LeVay continues on Pauline Hanson, Crowns and Gems. He writes here, Pauline raises these issues because she cares about what happens to the founding stock, that's of Australia, of the country. We need more people like her who aren't afraid to stand up against anti-whiteism. I'll have to tell you about the first time that I suggested the use of founding stock. God bless Malone LeVay. Homeless Bear over here on I Hypocrite. How many of I Hypocrite's audience, a good guy and a lot of good people over there, how many saw and agreed? Almost 17,000 of I Hypocrite's audience, hundreds and hundreds of likes, retweets to Homeless Bear writing this: Netflix white erasure is psychological preparation for physical, cultural, and genetic white erasure. A brilliant dialectic using our concepts. Entertainment is anti-whiteism's most powerful tool. Brilliantly written, my brother. Brilliantly done. That's Homeless Bear. Everyone aspire to be like Homeless Bear, swashbuckling gloriousness. And now here you have the White Baron and Eric together. It is a marvelous thing over there on Pauline Hanson. How many of that audience, the White Baron pulling 104 likes, Eric 62, 3 replies and 2 replies respectively, and climbing. The White Baron writes this: the anti-white indoctrination in our education system is horrific. Think about that. He's saying the anti-white indoctrination. Hundreds of people in that legit community saying, yes, I agree with anti-white indoctrination, especially when they socially lynch one of the most powerful concepts we have, our young children who don't go along with anti-whiteism. You don't go along with anti-whiteism, you're socially lynched. Hundreds of people in this community saying that's true. They've never heard it put that way. Love you, Pauline. And then Eric's writing, the anti-whiteism in academia is systemic. And hundreds of people liking that, absolutely agreeing with that. Give it up for this hero, this general swashbuckler. The plume on his hat is bigger than most. Here we have the White Baron again with Pauline, 169, 170 people, and climbing, agreeing. Racist, putting appropriately in quotes, is just an anti-white slur. So these people hearing that the word racist is an anti-white slur, almost 200 ordinary good folks agreeing. Love how Pauline isn't afraid to stay against anti-whiteism. Brilliant. Salutes and gems. Salutes and gems. Biospirit of the West, our OT leader, yours and mine. Give it up. He's over here under I am yes, you are no on Twitter. And he posts this: in the anti-white narrative, it's not anti-white enough. And so is slander with slurs like racist. Brilliantly put, responding to something that I am yes, you are no had written. You can say he's talking there, the great biospirit of the West, of in the anti-white narrative, the thing in question is not anti-white enough. Brilliantly articulated, the dialectics and the concepts. And so is slandered with slurs like racist, in quotes, beautifully written, and then adds the beautiful meme here. with Robin using racist, bigot, white supremacist, and then getting bitch slapped by Batman. Almost 20,000 people, hundreds of likes and retweets under I am, yes, you are, no, have seen this. Folks, we are infusing this into the body politics, into the physical marrow of our people across Western civilization. Give it up for these Herculean champions. There it is, ladies and gentlemen, but we're not done because we got one more. We're going to listen to the great King Dice using anti-whiteism.
Big tech platforms claimed it might cause more civil unrest in the wake of the January 6th protest at the Capitol, but they never had a problem with the systemic anti-whiteism and anti-police rhetoric coming from Black Lives Matter that had been inciting violence for years. That's going to be something they will desperately try to hide. But maybe we've made such progress in getting out the truth despite their desperate censorship tactics. They may be realizing that their censorship isn't working, and it only confirms what we've been saying. Maybe we have shifted the Overton window so far that they can't censor us like they used to because it only backfires on them and causes our message to spread even further. We're now seeing brand name conservatives talk about anti-whiteism, and they've finally gotten a spine and are pushing back against the culture Marxist LGBTQism.
Salute King Dice. Let him know how much you love him. He's a glorious gentleman. We love you, King Dice. God bless you. And we will be right back. 10 seconds. There he is, ladies and gentlemen, the great King Dice. That is so awesome. Let's see who is up. I'll pull up the live chat here on Twitter. Let's get to these financial gifts. We're going to go around the horn. The sun has set. We have Dude Bro Moments. To your feet, ladies and gentlemen. To your feet. The great Dude Bro Moment over on the Dude Bro Moment platform. Big salutes. Big salutes. He had a financial gift come in that we didn't get to on Wednesday. $50 on Wednesday. And today, financially gifting another 50 white well-being dollars. Show the man some love for the love of Prometheus. Show him some love. 100 white well-being dollars. And he writes with both of those financial gifts for white well-being. A true champion, a true hero in service to white well-being. We really salute you, brother. God bless you. It's always wonderful to see you over here on the Dude Bro Moment platform. God bless you. Dude Bro Moment. And we will circle when we get through the financial gifts that we celebrate. I got a piece of equipment here that is wildly complaining, but we don't have to deal with it, so that's okay. But it is wildly complaining, just so you know. If you see the flashing, happening, all right. We will check Subscribe Star. And we can even check for anonymous gifts as well. How are we doing? Well, has everybody given a like and a retweet? All right, good. We didn't miss anybody there. Over here on Cash App, keep this applause going. Keep the raucous emojis going. We had 100 from Dude Bro Moment, and we've got 100 from First Last. And First Last is financially gifting in the name of Southern Bloom tonight. Well done. Well done, my brother. Please, raucous emojis for him. What would you like? What kind of raucous emoji? A piano? What would you like? A microphone? A ukulele? What would you like? Get him whatever raucous emoji that he pleases. Well done, my brother. Well done. And we also have Yiz the Unifier over here for a $5 financial gift, and she is on tomorrow. Do not forget that. It's Discordant Dragons. It starts at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And she says, weekly folk tide for white well-being. Piano keys, perfect. I love it. Yes. Well done. Piano keys. Thank you very much. Swiveling back around this direction. And let's see, do we have any anonymous that we need to celebrate? Include in the celebration. If I am reading this correctly, which I can't be, I will have to look at that again in a bit. I will look at that again in a bit. But we will move forward because this looks like a wonderfully glorious, I will just tell you, a glorious, potentially glorious, unless I'm reading it wrong, a potentially glorious financial gift, anonymous financial gift. So we will circle back to that. As Jen Psaki used to say, I know she probably has it, probably owns it at this point, trademarked. But until then, we will go over to Entropy again, and we have 6 months clean of white guilt. What a cool name that is. 6 months clean of white guilt. Financially gifting $3. I tell you, after a couple of days of little sleep, your vision just is not your vision. Mine is fine. Sam Hyde started to use the term anti-white and concepts after meeting with Annika in 23. We had her on a bunch. I suspect he is not of the white noir, but positive or archetype. Well, white negative, I guess is what you mean. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. But Annika, that's awesome. You remember we brought her on and I impressed upon her quite a little bit about dropping all of the other and adopting these concepts, and then didn't talk with her for quite a while. So that is magnificent news. That's really great. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. Just think about that, folks. You might have a period of knowing somebody, and it lasts for however long it lasts, and you're like, hey, this is really important. You really need to do this. And then all this time later, you find out that there was this connection that person had with somebody else, and that person is now using the concepts. That's magnificent. It's kind of like this is a curative contagion. That's awesome. $3 financial gift, and another from 6 months clean of white guilt. $3 financial gift. Thank you so much. Can you reference again the nature situation of when converting someone to white well-being and how the audience will react when someone sees and hears the anti-white affirmer is, do you I don't know if you mean the next word. That are you saying, and you can write over here in the chat over on Entropy to fill me in with the rest. Oh, wait, maybe it looks like you might have. Sam Hyde's video reference was white guilt. How his video was referencing how referencing white guilt and how civilizations die. What platform is that on? The video from Sam Hyde covered vagues that call themselves Republicans, and they're worshiping of black anti-whites that come into their party. And Sam said other vague non-whites, quote, so we can all be Americans. It's the Democrats that want to tear us apart. Come on, man. We're all for the same dream. Sam rejects multiculturalism. Multiracialism is what we call. Well, that's great. That's really great news. I definitely didn't expect that. Does anybody else know anything about it? They could fill me in, tag me with any more information. And then also 6 months clean of white guilt. Tag me with some more info about what exactly you're asking here with your second $3 financial gift. When converting somebody to white well-being and how the audience will react when someone sees and hears. I guess when you say anti-white affirmer, you mean somebody who is anti-white? That they are thirsty to do injury to white people? Is that what you're saying? How the audience reacts? If that's what you're asking, it is a powerful moment when you see people's response to an anti-white having to reveal that they really want to hurt white people and they're just looking for excuses to do it. It changes the dynamic totally. Because prior to that, everyone is operating under the presuppositions of the anti-white narrative. That the anti-white is really motivated by some pretexts that are noble. They're trying to help, etc. So once you compel them with these tactics to reveal what their true motivation is and that they're just looking for excuses to victimize, people really change immediately. It's palpable. So it's such a big difference, and it's the kind of thing that, seeing the conversations this weekend, you really get. I mean, it's hard. It's almost like sickness-inducing seeing people try to do and sticking with these always fail approaches. But let's see. I'll come back and see if we get some more information. Spartan is here over on Entropy with $10. Thank you so much for that, Spartan. And writes, as does Dude Bro Moment, for white well-being. What was that? What's the line from that Bane character? I didn't see that movie, I don't think. No, I definitely didn't see that movie. But there's some line that Bane character says that I wonder if I can do it the way he said it. I think I can. I think I've done it before. I just can't remember what the line is. We have over here on Odyssey $10 from Land of the Fake. But that was 6 days ago. But I thank you, my brother, for that. And I got Timmy over there on D Live. The St. George's Cross is looking, it's looking beautiful. I love it. Fly our flags. We have a $1 financial gift on Rumble. Thank you so much. And that is from NWG Westman. Says he's got a new profile on Rumble, and all of the followers are bots. He said they won't let anyone hear him. Damn, I'm sorry about that. I'm suffering as well. Suffering as well with their censorship. But thank you, brother, for the $1 and for letting us know about that. Maybe we'll get some real folks over there to give you a follow. NWG Westman. Who was that? Somebody wrote me, and I saw on the thread that they started an account on TikTok, I think it was. If it's you, you speak up. And immediately was being attacked by the anti-nationalists. I think I mentioned that on Wednesday too. Max and Rob is here. Hello and welcome. Jay Bishop is here, and Coconut are here. Hello and welcome. June is here. Welcome. Love to all white well-being sisters and brothers. Thank you for all your work. Have to go be back later. Okay, we'll see you when you come back. Proud citizen of Western civilization is with us. Be awesome if Officer Tatum could have you on his show. I would happily go on his show. He's definitely demonstrated that he's a respectable guy. Rick Freedom is here with us. Does he do interviews? I don't know much about him. But if he does interviews, I would go. I've been wondering, writes Johnny Appleseed, how you think we should try to recapture institutions like universities. Or is it possible? Or if we even should. Great question. Thank you for asking it, because in fact, that was one of the questions that was asked at this White Sympathetic conference. Isn't it interesting? People from all these different white sympathetic groups all together, and the people that you would definitely not think would be in the same room. Big thank you to everybody who retweeted the live stream today and gave it a like. I see 21 likes, only 18 retweets. I think you have to have a Twitter account to be able to give it a like. So I don't know what's happening there. I mean, what's there not to like about me, right? I'm totally marvelous. Let's see. I don't think we have any comments under the thread. No, but if anybody does, I'll keep my eye open. Let me see if I can give. Will it let me? It's not letting me. I'm trying to give a follow to NWG Westman, who started a new account on Rumble. How do I give you a follow? I'll find out how to give you a follow when we're done here. I'm not going to do that during the... I thought it was going to be easy. I went the easy route. Nothing's happening. So we'll come back to that and give you a follow. Six months clean of white guilt said that I refreshed his memory on how the moment of reveal looks for the anti-white, though I was hoping for more horrific language. Like it was a blood splattering, a dismembering. And a big hello to the live chat over here on Twitter. We're going to get to our mailbag, thaumatological mailbag, and that conversation about the event. So I'm just looking at my hastily scribbled notes. And we got mail here we'll look at in just a moment. Great question about the taking back the institutions. So we'll look at this mail, and then we will talk about taking back the institutions and this weekend, before getting out of here, we have a lovely piece of mail. Oh my goodness. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful card. Thank you so much. I love getting mail in the thaumatological mailbag. And it's the anonymous person with wonderful handwriting. So many people who write have varying degrees of wonderful cursive language. I love it. Says, hello, Jason. Thank you for standing strong for white babies and young white children. Take care, Anonymous. Let us get out an enormous round of applause for Anonymous financially gifting $100. $100 to White Wellbeing. Thank you so much. I appreciate that so very much. $100. Anonymous has these wonderful, beautiful little cards with flowers. Let's get some flowers for Anonymous. The card comes in lovely with flowers on it. Some flowers for Anonymous, please. And look at the people, in all seriousness, look at the kind of things that we are grateful for. We're like grateful for protecting the needy, protecting children, standing up for our people, financially gifting for those purposes. And it's obvious we've been doing it forever. So it's not, not some Johnny come lately with a lip service. This is what we've been doing forever and ever. You look at other communities and what are they gifting for? You share lots of bad facts or fictions about black people or Jewish people. Here's money to you. I mean, really? What kind of personality is giving money to that? What kind of person is looking at that thinking, oh yeah, you know what? I want to give my hard-earned money to that. All right. Just a completely different group of people here. We have another piece of mail that we're going to be celebrating right now. So continue your raucous emojis. Take a look at this beautiful little card. Let's see. Take a look at this beautiful little card. Look at that. Maybe little dog emojis here or Halloween emojis. Little doggy. This is a Halloween. A little corgi. A little baby corgi. Beautiful little dog with a little pumpkin head with candy in it. And it says here, Happy Halloween. From your nose to your toes. Marilyn. Thank you so much, Marilyn. $20, ladies and gentlemen. $20 from Marilyn. Thank you so much. The cards from these two ladies are so sweet. $20 from Marilyn for white well-being. Protect the white babies. 20 Canadian bacon dollars. We don't have any announcements that I can think of at the moment. But if you recall, we are going to do our Go Free lesson of the day on this trip and what I can share and what I can't share. Because obviously the white sympathetic sphere is a place that operates sometimes in we will say the penumbra. We operate sometimes in the penumbra because anti-whites dominate. More importantly, it's their morality, the anti-white moral imperative that is that moral fabric of our society. And it slants everything to anti-white outcomes, which is why I use the words like gravity, for example, to demonstrate or to discuss why everything in society seems to work toward their advantage and against our advantage. So we go out in the world and we try to do X, Y, or Z, And it always seems like, and again, using the metaphors, like this uphill fight. It is. We are fighting against the moral matrix of anti-whiteism. And a lot of people misconstrue. And I'm saying this because it's part of this discussion about these different white sympathetic individuals and entities that they represent. But they misconstrue. They don't understand why it's so hard for us. They will take a really what I refer to as a simplistic approach, a very superficial approach of grabbing a scapegoat. But you really see the fallacy of that and the sort of reaching, grasping nature of that when you look like deep into your personal lives and your personal interactions, and you see how it's hard for you to oppose anti-whiteism and easy for relatives or family, loved ones, whatever it is, to endorse anti-whiteism, to stretch this excuse with this scapegoat or scapegoats all the way back to Mount Olympus, stretches the bounds of credulity and indeed is nonsense. The fabric is what we have to address. That's why we have success where others fail. So Johnny is asking about, how do you think we should recapture institutions like universities, colleges, or if it's possible, or if we even should? The answer is that all of it is possible. We can recapture the universities, the colleges, the trade schools, and not in some distant, impossible, some sort of a like distal future. But we can have gains and victories in the near and definitely intermediate future. Big ones. We don't do it with the methods. And normally, the old methods, normally when this question is asked, and I'm not saying that you are thinking this way, brother, but normally when this question is asked, the answer is the one that I heard given at this event. And that is, well, you've got to have people who are red-pilled, and that has various meanings, but red-pilled, and then they need to go into hiding, and they need to then work their way up the ladder, and then they need to, while remaining in hiding, maybe somehow recruit other people to be in hiding. Do you begin to see how like this is impossible? That's why it hasn't been done. It's impossible. Recruit people in this context. Impossible. Recruit people, and then at some point in the future, there are enough secret people in hiding, and they then reveal themselves. No. That's not going to be done. That's childish. It's truly inane. By changing the conversation, by getting out of the story of the anti-white narrative, we rebalance that moral matrix, situating ourselves in the position of the moral actor, outing thereby the anti-whites to be the immoral actor in the conversation, compelling them by their need to propagandize us to use the concepts that are loaded with pretexts that empower us and disempower them. As that grows, now here's the thing. While it grows, as that grows, it is creating a people out of our deracinated race. Because the concepts, one of the requirements for most of the concepts, not 100% of them, but one of the requirements for most of the concepts is that they force white people to think about themselves individually by way of thinking about our people collectively. Are they going to be good, well, safe? Only if our people are good, well, and safe. White people don't do this, most of us naturally. Some of us do. Maybe some of us instinctually, naturally, and the white race is just a lesser percentage than other races, maybe. It's the way it seems to me. And so we need a remedy to that. We need a medicament to that. We need something that can serve us so that we too can compete on the stage of collectives. And as a collective, not as a grouping or an accretion of selfish individuals, because selfish individuals believe they become a group, and maybe in the loosest terms, I guess they are a group, but they could even believe they become a people, or define a group as substantial or meaningful and profound or powerful with the same abilities as a people. And nothing could be further from the truth. Nothing. That is a wild error in the minds of a lot of white people. So we will take back our universities by taking the moral matrix and rebalancing those scales with the Go Free dialogic. And it can happen very rapidly. Very rapidly. You think about the years that I was working, the decades that I was working on pushing these concepts. In the scope of history is nothing. Nothing. And then you have these wonderful people, knights of the white table, who had various degrees of blind sight for the Go Free dialogic, for the way out, through and out of this mess. And they have come, they've been the early adopters, and they have come. And then look, and then really over the 7 years of streaming, it's been mostly concentrated. Like the more you move along that 7 years up to the present, the concentration increases and increases with the efforts of the members of this community. And we already got Donald Trump to say there's an anti-white problem in the country, and it can't be allowed either. So you can see how fast this can happen. There are people, and here's why so many people, by the way, brother, they think that this approach sounds to them like other approaches that they imagine would take hundreds of years. Because in their minds, they have a really two-dimensional, superficial understanding of the dynamical nature of society, the operation of the human animal, and they believe that essentially, with this mid-wit approach, that everything is top down, that everything is just somebody at the top makes a decision and there's then an army that enforces it. But that is not. There are like top-down moments, and most of those top-down moments work with the gravitational pull of the epoch. They don't work against the gravitational pull. So that's how they come to this error. They think, well, we would have to win over and force and compel all of these anti-whites at these institutions to be no, all of these anti-whites. How many? I mean, talk about the superficiality. This is why it's really difficult to communicate the complexity that higher IQ can immediately appreciate. The anti-whites, it's like a black and white. There are anti-whites and there are other. At any university, you are going to have a percentage that are fanatical anti-whites. Then you're going to have a much larger percentage that are anti-white mostly, or maybe anti-white light, and then a much, much larger percentage that are vagues, villainy signaling anti-whiteism because it's the moral thing to do. It helps to distinguish them as the sophisticate class, the educated class,
over the plebes out there who have to work in the everyday jobs. And so it's a status thing for them. All of these people are doing what? They're looking out for themselves. If you can empower them with concepts to enable them to do that in another way, they will adopt these, and we've demonstrated. So the soldiers or the advocates that we need in so many institutions are already sitting in positions of power. They don't have to be convinced to join a political party and to take up or they don't have to be convinced or pushed into service of some secretive type where they're hiding their power levels and all of these sorts of things. They are there serving their self-interest in this world of white people who are selfishly individualistic and non-white people, a percentage of each group of non-white people, not all non-white people, who do the wonderful thing of serving individual well-being by way of group well-being. These white people are disadvantaged. There will be many, as a consequence, there will be many white people who will give lip service to these concepts, but it's still a real thing at the moment they say it. It'll be lip service because they'll be saying, this will get me out of this tight spot. This will enable me to fight for that promotion. This will, and you can think of 10 million other iterations of how these concepts and dialectics can then be used in every individual's life, far beyond our reckoning, far beyond the reckoning of a human being or even a supercomputer. But once it's used, once it's articulated, it's instantiated. It's a real thing in the world where others can pick up the curative contagion. So it is a matter, and we see these tipping points in different communities that we have been promulgating, swashbuckling. We see these tipping points where suddenly more and more of the audience begins adopting. And there's going to be an ebb and flow to this. That's why we have to keep pushing. We have to keep pushing because there's the inertia of the past of using the concepts that people have been using, given us by the anti-whites. But there's also the anti-whites themselves who will want to push this into silence. Just like we're seeing with Matt Walsh and little Benny Shapiro ordering that he can't say anti-whiteism anymore. It's just going to be his little trick that he and his community gets to use with anti-Semitism. So no plan other than what I just articulated for taking over these institutions. And more importantly, I think a premise to that question is that institutions need to be held to effectuate other change. And that also is erroneous. So trying to speak to the premises of your questions, that we don't need to control universities for people to not be anti-white. As people repudiate anti-whiteism, the universities will repudiate anti-whiteism. That's a great question. Thank you for that one today. That was good. All right, let's see what else we have here. It is top-down childish thinking, writes the great Slaughtz. Genius, brother. The scapegoating causes incredulity in white anti-whites that know they have a choice to be anti-white. Yes, exactly. Yeah, they're thinking like, no, I made the decision. And you're making it sound like this collection of Jews has ordered me to think this way. Okay, I'm looking for tags. I see James is here. Okay, so I went to a white sympathetic conference. And as I said, there were people there from a lot of different groups. For White Wellbeing says, excellently communicated, brother. I thank you, my friend. I thank you. As I refresh over there. And obviously, there were a few, more than a few, that I disagree with. Some of them more pleasantly and some of them less pleasantly. Everyone that had been, maybe something that's interesting is that everyone that had been rude to me and this community online and behind my back were pleasant and were initiated not conversation but pleasantries, and that's really what the environment called for, I think. But so that was better than what we have had, I guess, in recent memory here. Just checking some stuff. But the point of this was to get together, and there were speakers. I, of course, am not allowed to be one, as you all know, but I am allowed to participate. And there were there were people there that are really good friend, long time, good friends, good people too. A lot of good people that were there. I wouldn't have gone without those people there. So good people there. And I met some new good people, some new folks that are new to me. Maybe they're already in the sphere in different areas, and smart people. Everybody there was smart. The people were. And the other thing I think that's really important to say too is at least in like the circles that I was having conversation with, these are like really moral, friendly, reliable folks. It's the exact opposite of what you have been told by the anti-white narrative. So obviously, now some of those folks there, much closer to the villain, not necessarily entirely, but but the groups the circles that I was with, these are good people that it's such a shame. No, it's such a crime that they have had to live their lives ostracized by family, slandered, ostracized by neighbors, having to go with Christmases and Thanksgivings where family wouldn't allow or wouldn't participate, and then you have the immediate family problems as a result. It's really awful. Good people, moral people who just care about us being victimized. And some of those folks have, in my opinion, at least, have been more or less misguided by anti-whiteism and the role that they believe they should be playing or could play, or what could end our victimization, what they should entertain their time with. A lot of varying opinions there. So it wasn't anything monolithic at all, but a lot of varying opinions. So a lot of good people that there'll never be justice, and never enough can be done back at anti-whites and to anti-whites to achieve the justice for these people and all the ones, the good ones, the good folks that have gone before. So it's a real That's something that always hits me when I'm around a lot of those guys, is just this. Now, there are a bunch of things that happen that I can, and more details just about like the general environment that I'll share some other time. This time, I just want to get to the sort of nuts and bolts. And I want to entertain your questions about it, or something that maybe I'm saying that arises to you and that you need some clarity on, or something that maybe seems unrelated, but otherwise occurred to you as I'm sharing these thoughts. But there were people there who still believe in political parties on various levels. People there who believe in cravening off into the hinterland, what we would call cravening, and they, I think maybe the ones that were there and talking about this and have financial ability to carry it out. I think they have a more sober approach to it, but it's doomed, in my opinion. I mean, obviously they don't think that, but it's doomed. There were people who were believing on politics on a national level, on a local level, people who were thinking about taking over the Republican Party. You might say to yourself, like the things that I'm sharing right now, like how? These thoughts, these approaches are rehashed. And as I was sitting there and watching, probably almost everything that you have heard yourself was being rehashed and given time, discussed as like legitimate and potentially legitimate, and and again, not dumb people, also not impecunious people. You know, this is not the place where the riffraff would be allowed to congregate. So you might say to yourself, how and why? And as I sat there, I was definitely thinking that my conclusions about how this perpetuates itself were tangible right in front of me. The older, you could really cut the group up in this stratification of ages. And a lot of the oldest folks that were there were the least zealous about I don't necessarily want to say playing the villain. They were, but it goes beyond that. But maybe the least zealous about a lot of the old ideas and means. And then working its way to the youngest. And the youngest are the ones who are most passionate about all of the old methods, about resurrecting, about heading to the cemetery to find our salvation. And the older, as I say, the tireder they were about that. So the less they looked like it, if that makes sense. Like they still entertained those concepts, those vehicles, those manners of thinking, those lenses, still had cachet for them. They were still able to see those things, whereas like seeing what we do is very difficult. They were still able to see those things and still contemplate and still maybe sort of fan the ember of those old memories of youth and the fanaticism that can really be engendered in youth for a cause, but on a path of self-destruction. So I sat back and I was just looking at this, which is not to say I'm sure there are others there who can see flaws in me. So it's not to say that I was flawless and just identifying the flaws in others. But it is to say that you can clearly see how what I've described in the past, that so many good white people come into the world at various ages, usually in youth or young adulthood. They object to what's, of the people who object to what's happening to us, object to our victimization. And that is a place of love. They look out into the world and asking themselves, how do I fight this? And the paths are there for them, supplied by our victimizer. You can start a political party and you can imitate political parties of the past. You can run off into the hinterland and hide from it all, either as an individual or as a group. You can appeal to the state governments or regional governments and secede from your country. You can just go down this line to like the most destructive of approaches. And then to various degrees, they take off down these destructive paths. And then what you have are content creators, organization leaders who, to various degrees, are motivated honestly by some of those original thoughts. And then various degrees motivated by their own self-interest. And we see a lot of those that end up really popular, the most popular, are the ones who have the most interest in themselves and their popularity, their aggrandizement. And really, it's a popularity thing, it seems, even more than a money thing. It's even more of a popularity thing. It's being seen as the leader, being seen as celebrated as the leader, the thinker, the genius. Maybe to a lesser degree, money, because there just isn't as much money. And so then the pursuit there is for the popularity and the aggrandizement. But then these people show up to feed off of these misguided white people. So I saw a lot of young white guys, successful ones, some of them who were already really brain poisoned by one of these self-destructive paths, already just deeply into, very zealous, very ready to move forward and make waves and do wonderful things for the white race by doing actually nothing for the white race. And I, regrettably, am not positioned to speak as an authority to them, to tell them that you're going the wrong direction. This is going to, or at least here's another way. I think that these directions are wrong. They've always failed. They fail everybody that pursues them. Look at the people who have gone down these paths and have been on them longer than you. And at least here's an alternative. Think about it. But I'm not given that credibility. I'm not, and without it, it's the reverse. If you're not given the credibility, it's the reverse. And so, in fact, everybody I talk to, as they listen, I can see, to whatever degree their intelligence permits them, their ability to comprehend the Go Free dialogic, the successes, etc. And they are always enamored. They're always enthralled. And so maybe we'll have a few of those guys who will end up coming this way. I hope that's the case. But they learn of what I have to share there. This really should be the barracks for where the knights are trained. This really should be a place where heroes are produced. And it affords that opportunity, but it never will be. It is a museum of failed strategies and ruined lives in the final analysis. And I say that with the utmost respect to everybody there, everybody I like. I'm also not saying that 100% of anything there is a failed strategy. There were people there, and I'm not going to give away any names, but there are people there who do legitimate research, and that needs to be done and is infinitely valuable. So that doesn't ruin lives. That's not a vehicle. That isn't an approach. There were people there who document doom, and that's needed to be done. So that's not a vehicle or approach in and of itself, unless they are discouraging something productive and or encouraging a vehicle or a lens that is destructive. You follow me there? It's like if you're going to tell the world the news from a white positive or white sympathetic point of view, and that's all you do, then that's what we need. And it's a very valuable thing to do. If you do that and you push a view of the world or a lens, a way of looking at the world, or a particular vehicle or a particular spectrum of ideologies that have always failed and are destructive for our people, well, then you're part of the problem, in my opinion. But I've seen in decades of going to these conferences, the same stuff. How many people do I got to watch go by? How many people do I got to watch roll in with this youthful vigor, this love, and say, I'm dedicating my life to this. This is the most important thing. I'm dedicating my life to our people. And then the difficult question, okay, how does that manifest? And every answer is self-destructive. How many more white guys have to do this? I was sitting there thinking about all of these white guys who were just like this crop of young, successful white guys that have come through there again, and now they're gone. And before them, a crop, and now they're gone. There might be one left over here, one left over there, and another crop before that, and now they're gone. At least 3 crops I can think of. At least 3. And I think back and I'm like, where's that guy? Where's that guy? I wonder what happened to that one. Respect given. Deep respect. And that's the decision of, some of these people, the people who give the respect, but deep respect given to ideological, political failure that recently, but no respect to me and the successes we have. So, a lot of misunderstanding too about why people move from, like we heard discussions about why people move from one place in their life to another. And as a consequence of erroneous deductions, correct assessments, there were incorrect prescriptions. And the shock about the incorrect prescriptions for bringing people to caring about our race and wanting to put an end to our victimization is that the prescriptions are threadbare. They're time worn. They're superannuated. I wish I could say that, I went there and took over for white well-being, but it not even remotely allowed. I'm like a priest or preacher going to our people, and the priest or the preacher is trying to save, I'm trying to redeem, and the authorities in these environments are not going to permit me to have the credibility of speakership and given the respect that could properly bring in a lot of good people, people with money, people with talent, people with none of those things, but with a lot of passion, dedication. I did look the best. Ha! First, last. So right. So aptly put, my friend. Sounds like you visited the kingdom of the blind. So aptly put. Westman Positivity says, check out Entropy before we sign off. We'll do that for sure. Thank you, brother. Blind leading the blind, says Masumik. So you might wonder, you might say to yourself, are there any white people that get together to try to stop this? Yes. Not just folks in a trailer park somewhere, not in some like hollowed out outhouse of a home somewhere, which is not to say that great things can't come from poor places, but you get the drift and tenor of what I'm saying. There are legitimate professionals in America that talk and communicate, and some of these names some of these people you see occasionally interviewed, some of them you don't, and some of those are more accomplished, the ones you don't know. But what we do is so different, and they have this constant feeding of new young guys coming in who have all learned to a T how to be the villain in the anti-white narrative, or if not necessarily the villain as we would strictly define it, maybe broadly define it, with various strategies that have all failed. So I'm not the one who made them fail. So why take it out on me? It's kind of like an organism that if we were to submit for a moment that organisms change in an incremental fashion, and that, at least just for this conversation, that the alteration is positive, or always positive in this case, that we are the growth on top of the past, and the past is at war with the future. I don't know. It's like, will this new collection of cells be fed enough nourishment from the organism to really provide all that it is capable of providing to the organism? Or will it be suffocated so that it's going to be maybe kind of semi-keeping with that metaphor, allowed to like die on the vine? Max and Rob says, thank you for all your efforts. Well, you're welcome. Thank you for the appreciation. Yeah, it's going to these events is, I guess, number one, the people, the good people, the actually really good people that I'm dear friends with and have been for a long time. I love that. I love it. The people are wonderful. They're wonderful. And getting together with them and breaking bread and drink, and it's a fantastic thing. Their whole families, the people who bring family. Not everybody, does that, but those who do or have at different points in the past. There's that, but then there's a melancholic element to it, because there's nothing you can do about these people on their way to either orbiting out and never returning, or maybe returning at some point in the future, and maybe like comets, they come and go, or getting in a lot of trouble and taking steps in radicalization, which often happens. We see that people come in and they have like a particular idea, and it's more, I don't know, in keeping maybe with, say, like Christian morality or something. And then as idea, ideology, vehicle fails, they get more and more radical. And they say, and by radical, I mean more and more like the strict definition of what we call the villain in the anti-white narrative, until they get to the point where they're really, and at that point, they're no longer in these circles. They're no longer allowed to be in these places. And they just find themselves in these more sort of fringe-ish areas with other people who are saying and doing more and more radical things. I know in Australia right now, for example, there's a real effort to make people behave in a more and more antique nationalist, radical statements, radical displays and everything. And it's going to ruin all their lives. It won't do anything for white people. In fact, it solidifies the reality of the fiction from the anti-white narrative by concretizing it in the world. There it is. So it's just like we said. That's what they are. They're out there, eating children. So, and then there's also some interesting, maybe I'll go into that next time we talk about it. I'll see what you all have to say about this, and I think probably be rolling out of here pretty soon. It's been a weekend. It was a long drive. Let me see here. I will check entropy. Oh, First Last asking, can you give names? No. Oh, yeah, saying about the back foot debating, being on the back foot versus being on the front foot, and being a front foot victor by using the Go Free dialogic. So it's another one of the tools that First Last, brilliant tools that he's come up with. Well done, brother. All right, I don't think I missed anybody. We do have, I will say, we do have an anonymous financial gift that I've got to look at to make sure that I'm seeing it correctly, that I want to say that I've received, and I will celebrate. We will definitely celebrate as soon as I make sure. So I appreciate it. Thank you so much. All right, let me check over here. Yeah, I mean, I go in there, and I brought a document, a hastily put together document for us, and to talk about just like quickly. I was just trying to put things out there to share with folks who I thought might. Unfortunately, the ones who are really going to give us the most attention are outvoted. Maybe their opinion is not as meaningful, or but I mean, like I pointed out, there were webzines there, and sharing information, various types, doing documenting, but also giving opinions, so opinion pieces on webzines that resonates. And so they had a lot of attention. Political party, a lot of attention. Parties, a lot of attention. Data sharing, a lot of attention. So like data on crime and IQ, and a lot of attention. But I go in there and I'm like, and that's like a lot of what you see. Data on where everybody could flee to, and how it could be done, and what laws could be exploited. A lot of people interested in that. All of these things for decades, the exact same things. I come in there with things like we have numerous musicians that have created music in numerous genres: classical rock, synth, grunge, rap, metal, sea shanties, hymns. We got video games, westernkindgames.com, studiodinostorm.com. We have a Go Free Chat GPT, so our own AI. So much of this, of course, the great Fornull, and this all addition to the No White Guilt collectibles and nowhiteguilt.org, the translator software for translating anti-white concepts into white well-being concepts. I told them about our 501c3 School of the West. I told them about our numerous blog spots and the clips and Anglo-Saxon and WG, and for white well-being, and so many have made great clips, and Yiz and the content that she creates, our Cora and Cindy Ben and our other writers. I told them about. I told them about the celebrating every week the massive successes of sharing these, promulgating these concepts to hundreds of thousands weekly. Sometimes we have over 1 million weekly that we're promulgating these. I mean, this is fundamentally different from everything, isn't it? That I've just articulated to you. This is fundamentally different. And here's the really sad part, and I'm definitely still melancholic about it, is that when I heard those young guys talking about the cause for our people with the passion and the misunderstanding that everybody in that room was ready to just go and live and die for our people, it hurt, because that's where I was. That's when I came in there. I thought it was all about our people. I thought it was all about ending our victimization. And that success would turn sort of the rudder of that ship in that direction. And then over the years, I met some ne'er-do-wells of various types. And I realized that, well, it's not all of us here, but I still thought it was like a majority. I still thought it was a lot of folks there. But those young guys were standing up and they were saying, this is what I want to do with my life. Some of them, young guys, already have family, already have children of their own. They're like, this is what I'm doing with my life. I got to make the world better for my children. And they're going to go through the gears of content creators and org leaders that are there more so for themselves than for our people, and definitely more so for themselves than these guys' kids, their children. It's awful. Yeah, that's the worst part. So we'll see. We'll keep trying. We'll keep promulgating. And even though they won't be able to hear from me and in a respected way in that environment or ancillary environments, they'll be able to hear from us elsewhere. As we continue to promulgate the work that we're doing here, the lexical and dialectical armory of the Go Free Dialogic, it will reach them in their chat groups. It'll reach them in the clips. In fact, one of the guys there, a really good guy, said he never watches any of my shows. He never has time, but he never misses a clip. He watches every single clip he comes across, and very excited. And that, I mean, none of these people would see if it weren't for the wonderful people, Based White, and people making clips. Obviously, no white guilt clips, primarily, but nobody would see. So we'll reach, and as we spread, we'll reach more and more. And you never know. I mean, maybe the day will come where at an event like this, the young guys that are coming up, they say, where's the no white guilt guy? Why can't we hear from him? And then this inertia, this resistance of the past to something new, and the jealousy that is so endemic in it, it'll melt before it, and that'll be that. Either that will become irrelevant, and it'll just, the momentum will come here, or their demand will have to be satisfied. I don't know. But I had to get in a car and drive away, put my back to the exuberance of those young guys. I mean, maybe that's it that I'll say for now. Slaughtz says, thank you. I appreciate it, man. He says, it's inspiring. I appreciate it. Thank you. That means a lot coming from the great Slaughtz. Spud Ruckus says, does it do any good to try to contact these young, passionate men individually to try to steer them down a more fruitful path? That's a great question. I have in the past. And obviously, it's much more difficult to reach out to individuals than it is to be able to communicate an idea to the totality at an event like this, because there's more. I mean, as I was saying earlier, I can see, given the person's intelligence level, how much that they are understanding and to what degree they understand Go Free. I can see that excitement. I can see them thinking, suddenly see like the pieces fall in place, and they're like, holy shit. I can see it. But it's much more powerful when it's a group dynamic. It's more instinctual. It's more visceral. And so having said that, though, there's not just the absence of the group dynamic. It is the opposition of the group. So in the past, when I've reached out to individual people and they still are circling with these communities that will either totally ignore or even slander me, then I lose them. So that's been over the years. And I didn't have the internet. I didn't have a YouTube channel. I didn't have, you all weren't here So maybe if these young guys, they hear about us, they'll see about the community, and then they'll just come on over. But if they stay in those environments, there isn't respect for me and for the Go Free dialogic. There just isn't. So it's always going to be disrespected. There's respect for me personally, but there isn't respect for what I bring as the Go Free. They just don't want to have it. So yeah, they're bad mouth. This is just going to be bad mouthed. And it's always, of course, misrepresentations. None of it is, there's never been a counter argument to Go Free that defeats the Go Free strategy. It's always wild misrepresentations. There's the great Brent Danger. He says, the Dean Danger of School of the West. Yeah, nobody else there had a School of the West. Nobody else had a community where there was a legit, adult, mature, white people driven homeschool. Nobody else had that. Over the years, by the way, and like in these circles, people have talked about doing that. People have been given money for that. But it's not like what the great Brand Danger has done, because what they were going to do at their homeschooling was going to be historical revisionism. And that's what a lot of these people can understand. That's something they can imagine and see themselves a part of, even though it always fails. I mean, I've sat at these tables, these big round tables, you got like 8, even 10 people sitting at a big round table and talking about these things. And I've just knocked down every approach, everything. What about this? What about that? What about that? They're like, yes, that's true. Yes, that's true. And then and why do we keep doing? And why? But he goes on to say here, going free requires an IQ and understanding of psychology and a willingness to put in effort without the excitement of acting like a tough guy. It takes maturity. Well, yeah. Yeah, and you're so right. There's a lot of fronting maturity where there isn't maturity. There's a lot of affecting maturity where there isn't, where it's just continuing rehash. And there are people that are very bright, very well-read folks, a lot of them. And being able to share, perhaps they feel threatened by something that works, and that maybe people would not care as much about what Nietzsche thinks about or what Nietzsche might think about right now. And a bunch of people it's their livelihood. So that's it. People defend their life. I mean, you look at like government structures, they're the hardest things to take down. I mean, you practically need a tyrant to come in, because every person that works in the bureaucracy is going to fight for it tooth and nail. Not just the people who benefit from the bureaucracy, but every single person is going to fight, no matter how injurious it is to the society, because that's their bread. That's their medicine. That's their car payment. It's the same sort of thing. So, when you get down to a really sort of almost animalistic level, but I think none of them really have to get to that point to be fervid in the defense of what they do because of the aggrandizement. Who is seen as smart? Anonymous is here. Great to see you. The great Biospirit of the West is chiming in. why do you keep going to these conventions? We need to have go free conventions instead. Amen. I would love if we had, I'd love to have a community large enough that we could have like a legitimate convention. It wouldn't have to be massive, but large enough. I mean, because the number of people that we have in this community, and then you're going to take out of that the ones that can come. So that's going to be whatever percentage that is. It's going to be even smaller. I mean, it would be a great like friend trip to have a couple of friends could get together. We really couldn't call that a convention, I don't think. And why do I keep going? I don't go to all of them anymore, all the ones that I used to at all. So I think it's kind of like a winding down of something that I have been doing since I was 18, and it's just become the norm. Like if there weren't any of these, it's a strange, I guess it's what made the resistance to our victimization for me, especially as a young man, real. It was the human actors and the material and and then I guess also added to it is the friendships I have with some of the older folks. And there are some people there who are, like I say, I can't say names, but there are some people there that and that could very well end up at some point in the future saying, yeah, I totally endorse and support this white well-being community. So that could still happen. But yeah, I definitely find myself asking that question when I see how I have to bear witness to what I see are these life arcs that are heading off in a bad direction. And I'll put money on that being a bad direction. I've seen it so many times. And then I've already heard the arguments so many times, like I'm hearing their arguments. Well, Jason, it won't be a bad direction if they just hide what they know. Then what are we doing? Why are we here? Everybody's got to hide their power level or no. And back to the homeschooling, they weren't even considering, Brant Danger is considering the growth and the breadth of every white child. He's thinking about the sciences they need to know. He's thinking about the inoculation they need to have against anti-white. So his focus is for our children to be safe and educated and better and well. And that all comes from this community. That's why we all came together. Whereas other attempts at homeschooling have been focused on historical revisionism. We'll just teach the kids that was right. And are like, are you crazy? They're going to go live in a world where everybody else thinks the antithesis of that. And then they're going to hate you for it. And by God, that's happened so many times now. Major content creators, I could say it now. I accidentally gave it up a couple of years ago and I was mad on a stream. But Don Black, his son Derek Black, and people are mad at me for revealing, there's some names. His son Derek Black was grew up in this. I watched him grow up in it. And the kid always wore leather trench coats, but he grew up in it and fought Don knew all there was. So you could go look him up. And there's plenty of stuff that I disagree with Don Black about. So don't think that he's some sort of ally. I disagree with him back then as well. But in all those areas that I'm thinking about right now. But here comes the son. And, well, not only does he betray the father and our people, but he takes hundreds of thousands of dollars in a donation and then does it. And that's not happened once. So you have the homeschool was going to go teach them things like what's right. And they're all going to end up like little Don Black doing the Heimbach maneuver. They'll all end up doing the Heimbach maneuver. They'll leave. They'll be a participant, and then they'll leave to gain their fame and adulation by then telling their story and everything else. Looking to see if anybody has tagged me. Yeah, Dennis, I guess, was saying to somebody that there are existing clubs, yeah, and nowhiteguilt.org. First, last, saying, we have a homeschool. Yes, we do. The great Brand Danger is in charge. Brand says, to be fair, other attempts at homeschooling probably were not set up by teachers. At least one I can think that comes to mind right away. There was a teacher at the origin. But yeah, they just, and the reason why do they come to the conclusion that there should be alternative schooling for white people? Where are their minds before that? See, like, we know where your mind was before that, because look at this outcome that you're happy with, that the direction you're building. Their thinking was that the history of World War II has to be told over, because everybody, if everybody believed the exact opposite about World War II, everything would be better, which of course it wouldn't. And I argued against that. But so then they think, okay, you know what? We need a homeschool to be able to teach them about that. But anyhow, let me take a look around here and make sure I didn't miss any financial gifts. Brand Danger, a humble gentleman. They're trying to say, well, they probably didn't have the same education and they probably didn't. And I could definitely say they didn't have the same moral backbone. And their focus was in the wrong place. But again, it's like I noticed every time, so many of these folks morally start off in the right place. They morally begin they're like, my God, look what's happening to our people. And then within a couple years, they're like, my God, the Jews are evil. And you're like, wait a second. How did this go from being, we love our people and we want to celebrate our people, to nothing but talk about how much you hate Jews and how you are a goyim? How did that happen? Like, who took over your body? Oh, let's get a celebration going, ladies and gentlemen. We've got Corey I thought I saw you in the live chat, brother. $50 financial gift. God bless you, brother. Champion. Where are you? You're here. I know I saw you somewhere. You're in the live chat. $50 for White Wellbeing. God bless you. There he is. Corey is here. Great to see you, brother. $50 over here on Cash App for White Wellbeing. Give him some love. Give him some love. Are there four-wheelers in the emojis? Maybe we could find a four-wheeler emoji. I would love a four-wheeler. Just as also to make this like a little bit more, I don't want to say upsetting, but unfortunate, is that there are people who cycle through these, and some of them are there for a long time, stay there long, and they die, that have money. So they give money to different efforts. So it's very unfortunate. Western Positivity says the lack of alignment from Sympathetic Westman could be the push for you to reach out to the white civilization's comedian, Sam Hyde. I think he might be a greatest candidate to go free. Well, that would be great. Do you know him? I don't know. I don't know him. I don't know anything about him. But if he wanted to have me on or would be willing to come over here, he wanted to start using these concepts and start hammering the shit out of the I'd love it. He could make everybody laugh while doing it. That would be great. Bulldog Boris is here. I think many of those lost white passionate men will change their tune and come our way when our community becomes nationally known for changing laws and policies through a white ADL. Yeah, absolutely. There's no way that they couldn't. I agree completely. Yeah, we make bigger and bigger waves, and especially like West is talking about, like have our own conventions, have people be able to come in. And I'm going to tell you what, I'd be able to throw a party. You know, it would be power. It would be a good party. But that's the challenge for us, though. But I think even before we get there, we can reach more and more of them by continuing to speak our minds about Go Free. Use the lexical dialectical power when we come up against people. Not be intimidated by people in the white sympathetic sphere who want to throw around slanders, misrepresentations of what we do. Be willing to defend the work that we do here, the successes, all the successes we've had. You know what they never talk about? You know what they never talk about at these conventions over all these decades? You know what they never talk about? Victories. Never. They never talk about victories. You know, I have no idea how many hours of speeches I've sat through. No idea. And after party get-togethers, people talking and chatting, and very often there are impromptu speeches in those environments. Never are there discussions of victories that are a consequence of a practice that we all can implement. Sometimes, very rarely, there is talk about like a coincidence or a shocking reversal of something, like a white guy, could say something objectionable, but then in that same argument, a black guy says something even more objectionable, and then they both get punished, or something like that. But nothing that's a result of a practice that anybody can learn and do. Never. So you would think, at least I did, that, hey, when you have victories to talk about, they would like all their eyes would suddenly just like, it would be like the prison spot beams all turning onto you. Like, what happened? Nope. Yeah, and they even said, as I'm sitting here, I'm thinking more about it. There were some of these young guys who are young, wives, children, handsome, good careers, lucky ones, compared to so many of us, really lucky, and elders with the admonitions of stay secret. Don't let anybody know. Don't let anybody know. I mean, if you love white people, you don't want white people to be victimized. Don't let anybody know. There's the other things that they don't want people to know. That you read Yaki, that you are fond of the British black shirts, that you are, I mean, really, why? Why? Is that going to stop your like 5-year-old little white boy from coming home and saying he'd rather be black because the black boys got awards today for being black? Or the teacher, these are all real stories that I've either experienced or been told. The teacher took a period of class in elementary school to tell all the kids how special Jewish children are. And there are only a couple Jewish children in the whole school. And what that does, little white boys, well, the black kids are getting the awards. The Jewish kids are where the adults tell us with deep reverence how special they are. What about me? What am I? They immediately know what they are. That ain't gonna, you fond of the black shirts? Who gives a fuck? I mean, that's like the point I'm at. Who gives a fuck? Take all that shit and shit on it and throw it away for all I care. Take it all and throw it away for all I care. We have white people being victimized right now. We have white children being psychologically wounded for their lives right now. And you want to give me a speech about how the Arabs are the delicate little angels that are being mistreated by Israelis? Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out. Are you shitting me? There were a few people. This also struck me. So I'm happy, I guess I kept talking about it a little bit more. I'm a little, sleepy drunk and all. But a couple of these young guys, they said that they were always contrarians. These were not necessarily the achievers. These were not necessarily the people who had success or necessarily people who seemed like they would have successes in life moving forward, but not to say that they wouldn't. But this phenomenon of having, and you see a lot of this in like that, so many of these other circles that are out there, like America First a lot, where the people, the participants are probably in part genetic and probably the rest of it anti-whiteism, are like broken people. And they are at odds with everything in the world. So it's not like this valiant, they're not pulling the sword from its scabbard for the glory of our people and ending our victimization. They're just against everything in this. And then they show up. And my mind is, My mind is that they either have to abandon that mentality or they've got to go. Because those people are cranks. They're problems. They're going to stab you in the back. They'll eventually be a contrarian to you and what you're doing. So I'm a bit wary of these people who say I was against everything from the very beginning, and so then I found this, and this was against the zeitgeist, and so I like this now. They would have to demonstrate that they have come away from that thinking for me. But this isn't a community of like run by anti-whites, white anti-whites or Jewish anti-whites or not anti-whites. This is white people doing this to us. So we are the problem. That's the hard pill. That's what a lot of the people there, they don't want to hear that. First last saying to secret and spread are antithetical. Yeah, they are. It's an oxymoron. Yeah, what their argument is, keep it a secret, hide your power level, and then tell everybody you know. Both can't be true. You know, what they are intimating there is don't tell anybody what you know, and which really is just nasty things about other races, and then delicately feel people out over a period of years who could maybe you could bring a little bit. Meanwhile, your daughter comes home with her non-white boyfriend while you're feeling out that one guy at work. Ivan the Horrible says, Ivan heard Sam Hyde wanted to fight you, but Ivan is not sure if he still wants that or not. I remember somebody asking the question. I don't know if Sam Hyde actually, do you know if Sam Hyde actually said that? Red Dog is here. Good to see you, brother. I remember somebody asked during a stream, would I fight Sam Hyde? And I think I said then, like, I don't know anything about him. So he could be a trained fighter. And I don't know, like my first thought is, could it be something good for publicity and bring people to white well-being? I don't know. But I don't know anything about him. He could be tiny, in which case that would be awful. He could be enormous, in which case that would be very challenging. I just don't know. Corey says, came in late, but made it. Yeah, you did, brother. Big salutes to you. Trump using anti-white is still making echoes. Someone white sympathetic in my life told me, quote, this political show now calls it anti-white. Even Trump said anti-white. Awesome. See, that's awesome, brother. Here's the sad thing. Getting Trump to say anti, which clearly we did. Clearly we did. Trump Jr., number one son, and everybody knows about the relationship with most number one sons and fathers. And you can clearly see it's the case with Trump and Trump Jr. And then Trump Jr. is using it. And then I say, Trump's going to use it. And Trump uses it. You know what they say? You didn't do it. That's seriously what they say. That is seriously what they say. I mean, Trump would have to walk me out on a stage. He would have to walk. And then you know what they would say? Oh, that's because Trump and Jason are both shills for Israel. Ivan says, Sam Hyde is big and he knows how to fight. Well, see, so that would be a challenge. That would be a challenge then. I could use my speed to run around, to run around, getting shots every time that something came open. Maybe we turn it into like a professional wrestling. I could jump on his back. He'd probably just walk around with me on it. And then he could faint. Then I could jump off and then he could come back to life. That would be hilarious, actually. That would be funny. All right. And I think maybe next time I bring up, we'll wait a while and then maybe bring up the event again in the future and share some of the other details, which are amusing. Amusing. I must say, I will leave you with this that I will discuss in the future. I was deeply, deeply envied at this event. Deeply envied. But why I was deeply envied will have to be revealed for the next time I talk about this event. So let that whet your appetite. Let me just see what we have here. 6 months clean of white guilt. Added some context, I think. What is this? Sam Hyde podcast. Okay, cool. I'll check that out. Thank you. He's saying institutions can quickly move toward white well-being. Yeah, that's awesome. He was talking about going through the dictionary. Let me check over here. Oh, let me check on our live chat. Hello to those. Come Wellbeing is here. Hello and welcome. It says clean from white guilt. Western kind positive. Celtic warrior is over here. Hi, Jason. Morning would not be complete without my breakfast, my coffee, and no white guilt. Thank you. I appreciate that. Greetings from the Dominican Republic, says Hayat. Hello to you. There are, let's see, Flight Risk, that's a cool name, says there are a lot of white nationalists out here telling people not to vote because Trump is pro-Israel, but he's also our best hope. Yeah, and there were some people there who I heard, I wasn't in a conversation with them because I would have felt like slapping the spit right out of their mouth. They were saying something similar. Like, there is no politician in the West that is not going to help Israel. So these people are saying to you, though, that they put injuring Jews ahead of ending white victimization. And that's it. That's all you should know. But cut them off. Bing. Never talking to you again. There is legitimately, and that's what happens to a lot. That's what the multiracial Jew hate movement is, an anti-Jew entity. That's exactly what it is. They are a shadow that the Jewish people cast into the world. Not all Jewish people, but the Jewish people that will work together, which is a beautiful thing for their well-being. They cast a shadow, and that shadow is this multiracial group of people who hate them, who study them, who slander them, and that's what they do. They just shadow haunt Jewish people wherever they go. So to literally say, I mean, you don't need any more evidence there about what that person puts first. Any so-called white nationalist who's saying that we need to put harming Jews ahead of the well-being of white people is, okay, you are in that group over there. And I wish it were as easy as to say that, you know, like we had the authority in enough circles that we could say these anti-Jew groups are not representative of white, not even just well-being, but white sympathy in general, that they do not represent our efforts to become a people and end our victimization at all. They usurp that excuse for their villainy of just, and it's hardly even villainy because all it is words. But it's just, they usurp that to say, I'm on this sacred mission. And then they name themselves Goyim and march into the land. Sick. Let's see. Army of God. What are you talking about here? I'm not sure. I've studied war. He says he's studied war more than I have. All respect. And he says, and now they have better tech. Okay. But was that earlier? You were talking about Israel and their Arab neighbors? I mean, we'll see. Hezbollah, maybe you were saying that Hezbollah can beat Israel. I guess we'll see. And then if Israel is able to clean them out of southern Lebanon, I guess you'll come back and apologize. If that was your position, I might be reading you wrong. So if I am, my apologies. All right. We have somebody called, of course I can't read it from here. Is that, I think the first letters are, we'll just call you, because it looks like it could be lewd. Pole, we'll call you Pole. And NRD J just followed over there on D Live. Thank you both for the follow. And on Rumble, we have, I appreciate your work, Jason. Hopefully our people will go free sooner than later. Yeah. Yeah, we need more people to use the lexicon. We need more like the great King Dice, sharing and kicking ass. It's marvelous. I love it. But the more successes we have, the more we spread these concepts, the more people will be picking them up. It'll be good in the future. After we have our victory, people come back and they write like the history of this. All of you will be heroes in it. But think about the people who, like, I sat among, broke bread with. What will history say of them? What will history say of them? Well, he was there for year after year after year. And you all were like, nah, let's find a place in Kansas to set up some houses. Find a place in Kansas to set up some houses, and it'll be. And I don't mean, I'm not being mean. I'm not being mean. I mean, I was there. I was there in the past. People were like, hey, we need to set up a community somewhere. And I was like, that's a great idea. So I was there. So I can speak from experience. Red Dog says, I sure hope King Dice is back in the saddle for you. when it comes to saying anti-white, anti-whiteism. Well, if you didn't catch earlier, go back and watch during the swashbuckling celebration, because he used anti-white several times. We're very happy about that. He's an amazing guy. And so big love and salutes to Mark Dice. But, all right, we've had another great stream gathering, another great Going Free gathering. And this week is going to be another week of victories. Don't let anything that Trump says get you down, right? We know here that he's going to be talking about women. He's going to be talking about non-whites. He's going to especially be talking about Jews. All that he's going to do for them. He's not going to mention white guys at all. We know. We're never going to move any of this toward the recapture of our destiny without seeding a new moral imperative. So he'll speak. He or others will speak to our demands and needs as soon as we have the ability to compel it, as soon as we have created an environment where the moral tapestry compels it in the same way that the anti-white moral imperative compels anti-white conclusions. So there's nothing to stop us. We're going to remain the elite. And that is, I guess, our destiny. But wouldn't you rather be a part of the elite than the common infantry? Go out and catch bullets somewhere. Nah. We're the heroes. We are the stuff that dreams are made of. I love you all. Let's go free.